Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. Sergeant Zach Burns, shot 3 times by a gunman in Bags last month, got a hero's welcome in Rawlins after a 230-mile escort from Colorado Hospital Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Rawlins police chief says, quote, on the scale of heroism, that's pretty far up there.
6 weeks after Sergeant Zach Burns was shot 3 times by a gunman in Bags, he returned home on Wednesday, and the people in Rawlins just gave him a real hero's welcome. They were out on the streets, they had signs for him, and his brothers in blue, law enforcement, other first responders, they followed him all the way from Colorado, about 230 miles.
For Chief Ward and other law enforcement officers, the risk is always there, he said. While running towards danger while others run from it is what they signed up for, the hope is they won't have to. U.S. House candidate Bo Biden is one of many criticizing the Republican Party's decision to endorse candidates. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that he called Chuck Gray, who sought and received the endorsement, the establishment, saying, quote, well, Chucky boy, you're the insider buddy.
One of many critics was Senate President Bo Biden, who's running in the U.S. House race. He did not seek the party's endorsement at all. He did not turn in its threshold questionnaire. Secretary Gray has repeatedly derided an unspecified group of insiders in his public statements.
State Party Chair Bryan Miller has countered in both a press release and an email interview, saying the party respects the fiercely independent, discerning voter base. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Wrap up your summer at the Wyoming State Fair, August 11th through the 15th in Douglas. Experience Wyoming's annual celebration of agriculture, community, and tradition with delicious fair food, carnival rides, shopping, exhibits, and unforgettable grandstand events. From Wyoming's Ranch Rodeo Finals to free breakaway roping to 2 nights of PRCA Rodeo and the Demolition Derby, there's something for everyone. Plan your trip at wystatefair.com.
This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Officials concluded Tuesday that a 33-year-old man likely surprised a grizzly in the dark before he was killed in Glacier National Park in May. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that running into a bear in the dark is a, quote, nightmare scenario, said an outdoorsman who was in the park at the time.
They try to use the trails when they know people typically aren't going to be there. If it's dark and you're by yourself, even if you're trying to make noise, you might not make enough noise. And there's just that chance where you're going to come up on a grizzly where it's going to be boom, instant encounter, close range. Evidently, the guy did use his bear spray, but probably happened so fast at such close range, they're not even sure he was able to hit the bear with the spray.
The Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee's report on the investigation of the site indicates that the attack by an adult male grizzly was brief and intense. His body was found about 69 feet below the trail and 2.5 miles from the trailhead. Wyoming ranchers are struggling with an existential problem out of their control. Hay has become harder to find, harder to grow, and more expensive to buy. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that some say this will hasten the end of family farms and ranches that can't afford to feed their animals.
With the lack of rain in the spring and the lack of snowpack in the winter, Wyoming can't grow enough hay to meet its own demand. So ranchers who are in the routine of growing enough hay to feed their livestock might be struggling this year, and a lot of them are. In order to feed their livestock, they're either having to pay a lot of money for hay. I mean, a year ago, you could get a bale of hay for $150 per ton. Now you're lucky if you can find it for $300.
Right now, the hay feeding Wyoming's livestock is probably from out of state. Jason Watts, co-owner of Hayworks in Buffalo, said importing hay from neighboring states might be enough to stabilize Wyoming, if only temporarily. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Cowboy State Daily Show is on the air on a Thursday. The lineup is half-baked, fully baked. Really, Bryan Riley will be here shortly. The director of the National Taxpayer Union's Free Trade Initiative will talk about the recent tariffs imposed on Canada. Has President Trump gone too far with those? Bill Wiley to talk high school sports. Ashley Bright, CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of Central Wyoming, will be on to bestow an award to Cathy Holman. She's going to be on as well, both of them. Way to go, Cathy, by the way. You may know her as the Prairie Woman. Prairie Woman in Heels, right? Prairie Mother. What is her moniker? Now I forget. Prairie Wife. That's it. Rick Bass will drop in today. Rick is currently on the Green Curtain Roadshow. I think it just wrapped up in Montana. Just the other day. And we'll tell you more about what that is. Tom Lubnau, Cowboy State Daily columnist. His latest, he pulled no punches on his thoughts about the Wyoming GOP's endorsement of candidates. He's called it a suicide mission. Travis Aerenson, UW researcher, will tell us a few things about rain that we may never have thought. Rain! Where does it come from? You'd be surprised. Garrett Yerigan is the announcer at Cheyenne Frontier Days. He's the guy you hear making commentary live at the arena, CFD. He's now in his fourth year doing that. He is one of the best in the business. What a chance to get to visit with Garrett. That's a rare opportunity. I mean, this guy gets paid to talk. Rebecca West will be on the show, Buffalo Bills Center of the West, executive director, CEO. And they got a new unveiling of a 2-year exhibit called Buffalo Nation. Everything about bison that you ever wanted to know. It opens next month, but it's been long in the making. Rebecca West to talk about that. It's an Ask Abby Thursday, and Brent Bien will be on to update us on his campaign as he tours this state running for governor. All that coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show for Thursday. That seems like enough. I saw the procession of cop cars. There was like 1 million cop cars in the parade to bring Sergeant Zach Burns home from a hospital in Colorado. 230-mile escort with like a bunch of law enforcement. On the scale of heroism, it's pretty far up there, said Rawlins police chief. What Sergeant Burns did to intervene with the gunman in bags last month, shot 3 times for his efforts. Injury, still on a long road to recovery, but at least he's headed home. That's great news. I saw the procession of vehicles. Almost as many vehicles in that parade to bring Sergeant Burns home as there was at some kind of arrest at the Ace Hardware in Cheyenne. Colby Fedor will be on today. She's on Thursdays. Colby had that story, which I also saw a photo. I love when I see stuff on Facebook, like people usually sharing a photo. In this case, it was somebody sharing a photo saying, what is going on at the Ace Hardware in East Cheyenne? And the photo showed like literally a dozen cop cars, probably more if you counted them, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, what kind of response, what kind of crime could be going down that required 12, 15 cop cars? Well, it was a reported armed robbery, and Colby Fedor was on it. I just had to wonder until Colby's story came out, and then I found out. 3 people arrested, multiple firearms recovered, handcuffs, people taken away in handcuffs. Colby Fedor has the whole scoop on what went down at East Cheyenne. If you saw that, now you know the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey used to say. U.S. House candidate Bo Biteman said Chuck Gray is part of the establishment as he received an endorsement from the GOP, the state Republican Party, which is kind of unusual. That's going to come up. That has resonating butterfly ripple effects, that the endorsement of the Central Committee of Candidates. They don't normally do that. In fact, Tom Lubnau would speculate it's not even constitutionally legal. Although, who's going to prosecute it? Who's going to slap anybody on the wrist? Who's going to say boo? Because that would come under this jurisdiction of Chuck Gray, the Secretary of State. Chuck received an endorsement himself. So what are the chances he's going to say, thanks for the endorsement, but you really can't do this according to the state constitution? I doubt we're going to hear that. Bo Biteman was on this show the other day and said, when Claire McFarland asked him, what do you think about the endorsements? You didn't get one. And yeah, Biteman said, well, look who got them. Bo's running for U.S. House. So is Secretary of State Chuck Gray. Like, it was just a good old boys club. And he said Chuck Gray, he called Chucky Boy. Reed Reisner calls Chuck Gray China Chuck. Boy, Chuck Gray getting beat up by his competition. It's brutal out there. Jim Magagna was on the show yesterday, told us the exact same thing about hay. Hay growers, hay producers having a very tough time this year with the drought. May get just 1 cut, 2 at the most, depending on where you are. And that's going to put a real crunch on anybody feeding livestock, horses, cows, what have you. And the effects are still yet to be seen. A lot of ranchers going to find that they can't feed the herd. Now, right now, these animals are on summer grass, if you can find that. But come fall, winter, when hay is the supplemental feed, there's just not going to be enough to go around. And it's going to be way too expensive. Wyoming ranchers already struggling. with how to put up hay for this coming winter. Andrew Rossi with the story, and Jim McGagna gave us a heads up yesterday on this very show. Green River still struggling whether to use license plate cameras. A police sergeant urged the Green River City Council Tuesday to reconsider license plate reader cameras. The council listened to vocal residents who said they did not want it to be surveilled upon. City Council took that into account, voted down for a new license plate reader program, and now the Green River PD is saying that's a mistake. These license plate cameras could really aid in the solving of crimes, could really aid in law enforcement duties. It's a valuable tool, say Green River Police Department. Renee Jean's been hanging out in Cheyenne at Cheyenne Frontier Days. She must have got a nice exclusive tour into the Shoot 9 skybox. Her headline, Cheyenne Frontier Days new skybox delivers luxury and an over-the-top view. I get it, over the top. You're right over the top of the chutes. The skybox, soft seats, catered food, and a commanding view. What's not to like in the premium skybox called Shoot 9 at Cheyenne Frontier Days? The only better seat in the house is the one the rodeo announcer has, and we're going to talk to Garrett again later today, like I said. Bison are extra ornery right now because of the rut. Mark Hines speculated such when we heard about the Yellowstone buffalo that flipped the old dude. 8 feet in the air, Grandpa caught air. Biologists now confirm Mark Hines' speculation. It's because they're in the rut. It's the male bison. These bull bison are looking for girlfriends, and they're kind of on edge, little testy, which comes from the word testosterone, and they're feeling that surging through their bodies. A bison rancher said one solution is a face full of bear spray. Yeah, you try that. I'll watch. I'll keep the video running while you try that. My solution is feet don't fail me now. That's the cartoon sound that feet makes when you're preparing to run, right? And then you take off. Pa-ching! The cartoons always show somebody running in place. Their feet are going at a blur speed. And then they finally catch ground. And they leave a smoke imprint of their body. Yeah, that'd be me. Goodbye. Yeah, bison are in the rut, and their tolerance right now to anything is not real good. File this one under there's a special place in the hereafter for such peoples, maybe. Colby Fedor story. Colby will be on later again. A Bar None woman has agreed to plead guilty to 6 felony charges embezzling $206,000 from Special Olympics, Wyoming. Oh, boy. She says she's very remorseful for her actions, deeply regrets them. Everybody gets a second chance, a third chance, a fourth chance. If you're going to believe in Christianity, if you're going to believe in Jesus and his grace and redemption found there, then you have to acknowledge it is for everyone, even Hitler. So while I say this is one of the more despicable crimes, stealing from Special Olympics, when you're charged with keeping the books for Special Olympics and you're cooking the books, but if she truly is remorseful and deeply regrets and seeks that story from Colby Fedor, and she'll be on later. I have no idea where we're going to go with the Ask Abby today. I am not prepared for any question topic. Maybe we'll have her Q&A me. I don't know. I'm not ready for an Ask Abby. I'm not ready for Bill Wiley either. There's like no high school sports going on. Well, we'll do our best. Here's updated weather forecast. A little bit of flooding yesterday in some places. We had a pretty good soaker here in Jackson. Chance of rain again in Casper, mostly sunny, 84 today. Could rain in Lander as well, sunny and 84. Evanston, just a slight chance of rain in the afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny and 80. Rock Springs, if the rain shows up, it'll be late afternoon with highs of 85. This doesn't feel like my weather. Isn't this it? No, that's not the weather either. This is my weather. Pinedale, slight chance of rain, maybe patchy smoke. Gradually becoming sunny, 80. The high, 83 in Afton with a chance of rain about 1. DuBois, 1 o'clock rain may show up, otherwise mostly sunny, 78. Jackson, chance of rain, patchy smoke in the mornings. Got to push out, give way to sunny skies with a high of 84. Thermopolis, rain about 1 o'clock maybe. 87 sunny otherwise. Cody, chance of rain, 86 and sunny in the afternoon. Buffalo could see a chance of rain, patchy smoke after 10 a.m. with highs 82 in Buffalo, 88 in Sheridan with a slight chance of rain. Gillette could see rain today as well, mostly cloudy, 84. Newcastle, rain likely, 81 the high there. Torrington, flood watch until midnight tonight, chance of rain beginning around noon with highs 81. Douglas, flood watch as well, rain likely, 79 the high. Could have flooding conditions in the state capital, Cheyenne. Flood watch is on till midnight. Rain likely in the afternoon, highs 77. Laramie, you could flood out, 73 the high today in Laramie. That's coolish compared to where we were, golly, about a week, 10 days ago. That's 20 degrees off where Laramie was 10 days ago. 73 for a high. Flood watch in Rawlins as well. Chance of rain, highs 77. Head to our first guest. It's Bryan Riley. And that is next. Stick around.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A+ service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
And we get back to it after the break. Cowboy State Daily Show just underway this Thursday. You haven't missed anything. The score is still 0-0, just underway. Actually, we are keeping score. U.S. versus Canada. No, it's not World Cup. It's World Economy. Bryan Riley is here, and he is the director of the National Taxpayer Union's Free Trade Initiative. We're going to talk about the recent tariffs proposed against Canada. President Trump's gone nuclear. Scorched earth. He's invoked Section 338. I don't even know what that is. Bryan does, though. Bryan, what do you make of this round of tariffs? Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, who was hanging out with President Trump at the World Cup game, a World Cup match not long ago, he can't be real happy. He's trying to find a solution, maybe. What's happening? I don't hear you, by the way, Bryan. You might be muted. Let me see. You're not muted, but I don't hear you. So whatever works, your mic, maybe slap that around a little. Nothing. No. And I haven't done it to you. I can confirm it's not me. Yeah. Bryan Riley is frustrated by tech. Perhaps he's using a Canadian microphone, and they have already retaliated against the tariffs. I think Canada may be putting an excise tax on hockey sticks. I actually read that Canada is going to retaliate with a tariff of their own on hockey sticks exports. Although Canada doesn't make as many hockey sticks as they used to. I can verify that. They're made in Taiwan like everything else. Yeah, Bryan Riley working on teching out his situation. The topic is new 50% tariffs proposed by President Donald Trump on Monday. These would take effect in 30 days. This would be now 27 days. The countdown is on. We've seen this before where President Trump proposes tariffs and then uses that 30-day, okay, you're going to go in on the phone? I can do that. Yeah, let's try the phone. That's the backup plan. There we are.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, I got you now.
Well, you would think that after so many years, I would have this tech stuff down. So I apologize to you and your listeners for that.
Bryan, COVID made us all Zoom experts. Maybe we sort of forgot. I don't know. It happens. So, yeah, these 50% tariffs on Canada, the U.S. has, at least during the Trump regime, has not played nice with our neighbors to the north. Trump has had some quotes that makes Canada feel like, they owe us something. They're our little brother, or, Canada exists only because of the U.S. I think that was one Trump paraphrase quote. What's the tariffs about? It's on autos, alcohol, and some cheese.
That's right. Well, first of all, again, thank you for having me on this morning. Eventually, we got to it. There's tariffs under Section 338, which you actually pointed out here. We've had tariffs on Section 301, Section 232, Section 122. So it's crazy just even keeping track of all the tariffs that the U.S. has imposed. And when Trump came in, he had a lot of concerns, as I think many people do, about trade with China, for example. And many of us might nitpick, but could understand maybe there's some issues there we ought to work on. But the bulk of his tariffs have applied to our allies around the world, Canada, Europe, Korea, Japan. He uses them as leverage. He uses them because he doesn't like foreign trade deficits. Maybe he just doesn't like Canadians. I'm not really sure. So to get to the Canada point, to get to your question, Canada imposed some tariffs on, actually, in 30 days, the tariffs will go into effect. And the U.S. tariffs are in response to Canada's tariffs on auto parts and on a list of goods, hockey sticks, wine, you name it. So the U.S. tariffs that Trump threatened will go into effect in 30 days. The Canada tariffs are in effect. But the Canada tariffs were in retaliation against earlier U.S. tariffs on Canada steel, Canada aluminum, Canada automobiles. So we put tariffs on. Canada retaliated because they got mad. President Trump got mad, so he's retaliating. There's an easy solution to this. The U.S. just calls Canada and says, all right, we're going to take our tariffs off. Canada will say, all right, we'll take our tariffs off. And most of this will go away. There's still going to be some areas of friction. We're still going to not be happy with their dairy policies. But there's an easy solution to this if both sides want to get there. And one quick thing. It's possible that this is just a tariff threat from the administration to leverage gains in negotiations with Canada under the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. We don't know. Nobody knows. And so that uncertainty in the meantime is going to make it tough for people doing business, whether you're in the U.S. or in Canada.
We can't get in the mind of POTUS, and many of us wouldn't want to take that trip. But Bryan, let me speculate. You mentioned what might be motivating this tariffs. First, let's, in all fairness, before we see some flaws maybe with this latest tariff proposal, initially when President Trump went around that first round of tariffs, some of them pretty harsh, did they work in some cases? Did he get what he wanted? Were there actual less equitable reciprocity in places where he fixed that? Were we on a losing deal in many places? Did he fix it? Not counting the using it as leverage to get something else he wanted. Was the U.S. getting the raw deal in some places, and that got better fixed?
There are some examples, no doubt, where the tariffs work as leverage to get some things worked out, to bring other countries to the negotiating table. Look, if you go back to about 1988, 1989, President Reagan negotiated the U.S.-Canada Free Trade Agreement. We had the North American Free Trade Agreement, the World Trade Organization. From 1988 to about 2015, foreign tariffs on the U.S., so the tariffs that face our exporters, fell from about 15% to about 5%. So we were doing a good job of getting better access to other markets before the current administration came in. The thing that Trump has done, that the U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer has touted, if he was on your show, he'd say, look, we've got all these great agreements, and foreign countries are cutting their tariffs even further on the U.S., and we're leaving our tariffs very high. The problem is, if you're an ag exporter or an aircraft exporter or you name it, what happens if we put high tariffs on other countries? They can't export as much to us. They can't earn as many dollars to buy our products. So they like to say, and I think they would tell you in answer to your question, we're opening more markets because of these tariffs. Well, actually, they're closing our markets because our trading partners, number one, they're mad at us, like Canada. I mean, what do you have to do to get Canadians mad at us? And number two, aside from that, even if they don't retaliate like Canada's government has done and its provinces have done by taking our alcohol off the shelves, they just don't earn as many dollars, so they can't buy as many goods. So I think it's a mistaken strategy, in my opinion.
And is it? Now let's speculate a little bit when it comes to the tariffs. This recent round, the President Trump invoking Section 338 of an old tariff act that dates back to 1930. is this, a food fight, a spat? Because President Trump at one time called Canada the 51st state. The retaliation from Canada was to put tariffs and stop using alcohol from the U.S. They would do, Canada has, Seagram 7? I don't know what the Canada brown liquor is, but they stopped, and that certainly has, increased tensions.
Absolutely. And I'm going to answer with a quote. It's not going to be word for word, but President Reagan, when he was talking about trade policy, he said the problem with these kinds of trade actions is it's like the old Hollywood movies where a pie fight, where one side throws a pie, other side throws a pie, and in the end, everybody gets pie all over themselves, both sides. And he said the problem is it starts out as a comedy, but it winds up as a tragedy. So these minor disputes, they get big. We lose our export markets. We don't get access to their steel, to their aluminum. Canadians decide, hey, look, if we're going to take a vacation, maybe instead of Wyoming, we'll go to France. I don't know, instead of Florida, instead of Hawaii. And those showing up in the numbers. They're deciding, hey, we don't have to do business with the United States. So it is exactly like that food fight. It starts out that way. The question is it a food fight and it blows over and we all laugh and become friends, or is it a long-term problem? And it looks like we're moving in that second case towards more of a long-term problem.
Food fight. The great Ronald Reagan called it a pie fight. I was on the right track. And it starts as a comedy, but it ends up where somebody like a stagehand has to clean up this mess. It could get messy. Bryan Riley is with us with the National Taxpayers Union's Free Trade Initiative. And we're talking about the tariffs imposed. What do the tariffs exclude, Bryan? Because I know when it comes to Canada, we have a good partner definitely with ag, with stuff we dig out of the ground. What is excluded?
Yes, so that's a fantastic question because a lot of people see the headline, 50% tariffs on Canada. That's huge, and it's a huge number. But most imports from Canada have been carved out. So energy has been carved out. Fertilizer, things like that have been carved out. So these really are targeted against a specific list of imports. Overall, I think it's something like 5% of our imports from Canada may be hit at the end of the day. But 50%, no matter, even if it's a small number of goods, that's an awfully big hit. And then the question is, do we go back and forth? Canada retaliates again. We retaliate again. That's part of the issue. The other thing, one of the reasons that these tariffs are so targeted is we have a bunch of other tariffs that either remain in the works or are on target. So President Trump started off with roughly 10% tariffs on most of the world, not so much on Canada and Mexico because of our trade agreements. Those tariffs were thrown out by the Supreme Court. He put new tariffs on under a different Section 122 authority. Those tariffs run out this week, and he's reportedly going to put replacement tariffs on under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974. And by the way, these current tariffs he's threatening on Canada, we've never used this part of the law. It's been in place since 1930, the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, which, if you ever saw Ferris Bueller's Day Off, the college teacher lecturing kids about the Smoot-Hawley Tariff, and they're all falling asleep. So economists would make fun of Smoot-Hawley Tariff. It was terrible. We had the Great Depression, and that's the law we're relying on for these tariffs. And I'd like to see us get rid of some of these laws. And most importantly, I'd like to see Congress vote on these tariffs before they take effect. If there's such a good idea, send them to Congress. That's what the Constitution says Congress is there for, and let them vote on it.
I was going to ask you whether that Section 338 it has been invoked, how popular it is, how deep President Trump had to dig to find that one. That's funny that it appeared in that movie. It put the school kids to sleep, but it has angered Canadians. And as Bryan points out, that's not easy to do outside of a hockey game. Canada's, got the reputation of being pretty mild-mannered, happy people. Bryan, a couple more things. This isn't a done deal. We have a 30-day before it goes into effect, now down to 27 days or so. We've often seen President Trump use that 30-day to kind of just twist the screw a little bit. Could we see some kind of a deal made? I think the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, has made some kind of statements like, we might be able to work something out. It's not done yet. Is this just strategy to get Canada to come to the table and make some concessions?
It's certainly possible that's the goal, but the problem, whether it's a military or economic policy, is when you make these threats, you have to be willing to follow through. And so what if Canada doesn't play ball? And we're dealing with a democracy. Even if their prime minister wants to play ball, he's got to worry about getting reelected and how this plays politically. Does he look weak, or does he look like he's better off standing up to America? Do they want him to cut a deal? Both of the main parties in Canada came out strongly critical of the tariffs. So in a way, he's managed to unite both the Liberals and Conservatives in Canada against the United States in the short term. And look, Canada has a really costly dairy policy. It makes it harder for us to export, but it mainly hurts Canadians and drives up the cost of dairy. So it'd be great for them to change that. But we have a lot of bad economic policies on our own, and it's not. Some of this stuff is just hard to address via trade agreements. And I just want to be clear: coming from National Taxpayers Union, we support a lot of President Trump's initiatives. We supported the tax cuts. We support the regulatory reforms. So this is not some kind of Trump's always wrong kind of thing. We want policies that are in the best interest for the United States, and picking fights with Canada, picking fights with some of our allies, I don't think is in our best interest. And I don't know electorally, when so many Americans are concerned about affordability, these tariffs just drive up costs for Americans. And who knows how that's going to play out at the voting booth, but probably not so well for Republicans.
One last thing, Bryan. Is these 50% proposed tariffs on Canada on certain goods, autos, alcohol, cheese, is this going to have to pass any kind of judicial branch? Is a judge could maybe stop it? We've seen a lot of times judges put the kibosh on Trump's wishes.
There's been no lawsuits yet. If this continues, somebody will probably sue. But given the fact that this law has never been used since it was passed in 1930, there are just a lot of question marks. And what happens if it does go to court? Well, that's even more uncertainty, because it's months and months and months until it gets resolved. And if you talk to a lot of farmers, talk to a lot of businessmen, manufacturers, one thing they really don't like is uncertainty. And it looks like we're going to have more and more. The only thing certain is more uncertainty probably going forward.
Uncertainty gets Wall Street all in a panic. Yes. Bryan Riley's been with us, and the Smoot-Hawley tariff might have put school kids to sleep back in the day. Hopefully we didn't on this show. Bryan, thank you for being on.
Thank you. I'm going to go work on my computer.
Yes. All right. Cowboy State Daily Show continues with Bill Wiley. He's up next. We'll talk a little bit of high school sports after this break.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Somehow I lost all the
done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
What a great discussion with Bryan Riley. And we move next to Bill Wiley. That's so weird. Bill, hang on a second. First, I want to talk about Bryan Riley mentioned that the 1930 section of Section 338 that President Trump is standing on to impose new 50% tariffs on Canada is referred to as the Smoot-Rawley tariff. And if anybody had that on their bingo card, yeah, you're a winner. You win $1 billion. But Bryan said, that's what the teacher was talking about in Ferris Bueller's Day Off that put all the kids to sleep. And now I'm reading something about that scene, by the way. And let me, I want to play a little bit of that scene if I can.
Depression past the, anyone? The Great Depression past the, anyone? The tariff bill, the Hawley-Smoot Tariff Act, which...
Yeah, sure enough, that is the actor who, by the way, here's what I find fascinating about that scene. Ben Stein was an actual lawyer and economist. That scene was entirely improvised by Stein. Director John Hughes said, you know what? Just talk about economic policy, the most boring economic policy you can think of. The scene was not scripted at all. Stein just started talking about that tariff act. And then, of course, the whole Bueller, that became famous in the movie. But so, you learn something every day. We learned that the scene and let me get Wiley into the room. I don't even have him in the Zoom room yet. Stand by, Bill Wiley. That's pretty cool to learn that scene in Ferris Bueller had to do with that tariff and that Ben Stein just kind of rolled with it, made it all up. Now President Trump is using it against Canada. It's crazy. Bill Wiley's here. Bill, what are you doing?
I am at the Thursday morning football workout.
No way.
Absolutely. No hills, no med balls. No medieval torture this morning.
What do you got the offensive line carrying up the butte today?
Yeah, no, I think we're gonna play some games and do a little competing today. And we're winding down, man. It's like the theme. We're winding down. I think the 4A starts their dead period on Monday. And we start our dead period on the 3rd the 3rd. And we are almost, we're 3 weeks from football season.
Yeah. So high school sports is the theme. Football, high school football, you're allowed to do certain organized workouts and stuff like this. But now there's a Wyoming High School Athletics Association imposed dead time, downtime. Nobody can have helmets, pads on, or do anything football until when?
Until the 2 week before your first 0 week game starts.
Yeah.
So we start the season on the 17th. So we'll start on the morning of the 17th, and then 2 Fridays from then, the Teton Timberwolves march over the pass to renew the old rivalry.
Yeah. Let's talk about the meaningfulness of week 0 games. Different schools approach it differently. Some schedule a very local team that's maybe not in conference. Some teams jump in and out of conference. Some want a cream puff event where you can sort of beat up on the team and feel good. Others, for Jackson Teton, that's usually a good football game, evenly matched teams.
And it's a double-edged sword in my opinion on that, Jake. I love the Teton rivalry. I wish we could fit it in to where it wasn't our 0-week game.
Yeah.
It matters for Teton. Like that's a game that matters statistically, record-wise. I don't think it would go into any sort of state playoff record thing, but pride, undefeated season, that kind of thing. But that's a tough one. We're going into our 10th day where they're going into their 15th. That's a tough one, but I'm super stoked that Coach Brayman and Coach Johnson and the two administrations were able to work it out to where we get that game back on the schedule. It should be a pretty awesome way to start. But I'm not a huge 0-week guy. I'll be honest with you, Jake. I've seen both sides of the coin where, you pound on somebody. I've seen injuries literally change seasons. We played Pinedale a bunch of years ago, and Pinedale lost QB1 and QB2 for the season on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Pinedale against us, and that was terrible.
So for listeners who don't know, week 0 is pretty much like the one preseason game that you get in high school. It doesn't count in the record book. It's just glorified practice, really, for some teams that have been on the field literally for 10 days, and they got to play a football game.
Yeah, and a lot of teams do those jamborees and stuff, and it's exclusive to the 1A through 3A schools because the 4A, they have that 10-team 4A state conference. So they start a week earlier, and every single game matters. They play all 9 teams. And so it's certainly different for them. Their first game of the year, that's a conference game. That matters for all the marbles.
Yeah. Well, it'll be here, week 0, the beginning of high school football season next month. It'll be here before you know it. Can't wait. That'll be, it's sad for me, Bill. This will be the first season I'm not streaming the games, doing play-by-play. I'll be in Buffalo by the time the season ends.
Yeah. That's going to be pretty weird, Jake. I'm not going to lie. Danny, then Jake. And what the heck is Jackson doing? Like, let's talk about what's going down with Jackson Broadcasting next year. Is it covered?
I just had late breaking news yesterday.
Ooh, we like late breaking news.
I know.
Done. Yeah. Is there a music you can play for that?
Ooh, yes, maybe.
We should probably get music for breaking news, like when the April Fools comes out and it says that Star Valley's moving to 4A. And Cheyenne South is going to move down to 3A. That's an every April Fool's kind of thing.
This just in.
I like that. Well played.
I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to divulge, but let's say there's a lot of moving parts.
Tease.
A tease. There's a lot of moving parts, but I am thinking the Jackson High School sports will eventually slide over to our friends at SVI, Duke Dance, Dahl, Aerenson, the crew there.
Dahl Aerenson,
Duke
legend.
and Dahl. Yeah, I know. Those guys kill it when it comes to their team. They have had maybe coveting eyes on the Jackson market, but I've always done the games, and Duke is like, if you ever
think about
Duke, I'm leaving, and I think they're trying to work out an agreement with Jackson Hole Radio that would bring the SVI crew, and this would be their crew number 2, 3, 4. They cover a lot of events. They would.
Well, maybe a guy who's going to retire in 3 years could turn a blinker on and switch a lane or something like that.
Yeah, Bill.
I like that. I like that.
Yes.
Buffalo, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
That is good country up there, man.
So I'm hoping to get into the bison sports scene, but we'll see. But Jackson games hopefully get covered, I'm hoping, by Duke and the crew at SVI.
Right on.
Let's you know what's going on in baseball. Are we solidified for a postseason? I think.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I believe we ended up being the Class 2 tournament or whatever. I still can't remember what the name of it is. But we're the 1 seed out of this North Conference, and then it's hosted by Green River, who actually, I believe, did not qualify for the tournament, but as the host city, made the tournament. And so I believe we start with the host Green River. Little familiarity. At first glance, it looked like it was going to be the Wheatland Lobos, but it looks like it's the Green River Knights, and a little familiarity, which is kind of cool. So yeah, let's get it on. It's turning time. And I think the Class 1 tournament starts next week, Monday, and then our guys start the week after.
Yeah, that'll be the close of baseball in Wyoming. Senior Legion North Conference, Cody Cubs, Jackson Giants sneak in with 8-6 records in conference. They'll join Sheridan Jets, Powell Pioneers, Gillette Rough Riders, and the Sheridan Troopers, who had just the one blemish on the season in conference. Sixers also finally lost just once. 13-1, yeah. Over in the South, by the way. You and I have just a friendly wager on, basketball and volleyball North-South. I think you went with the North.
I rolled North. That's just the way I go.
I rolled North in everything except I think boys basketball South will win. I just saw a recent WyoPreps poll, coaches and media poll, that showed everybody is back in the North in all sports, volleyball. So I might be the outlier, but I still think South boys basketball, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to beat you.
You know, it can't be a wager if we're both on the same side. Yeah. So that would make it just like zero fun.
Yeah. All right. So have those kids carry something heavy up the hill. Do what you got to do. It's football for a few days. Then we got to go dark. And then we're coming back with a big football season. Bill Wiley, can't wait.
All right, Jake. Thanks, man. Have a great weekend.
You too. That's Wiley with our high school sports segment every Thursday. Cowboy State Daily Show coming up next hour. Jam-packed. We're going to get with Cathy Holman and Ashley Bright and talk about the Boys and Girls Club of Central Wyoming. And they recently announced Cathy Holman, founder of Prairie Wife brand. You've seen that everywhere, I'm sure. She's the recipient of the 2026 Mick and Susie McMurray Cowboy Code Try Award. Cathy full of try. Cathy and Ashley going to be on next hour. Rick Bass will be with us. Rick is an author from Montana and just wrapped up the Green Curtain Roadshow in an effort to take entertainment on the road and acknowledge some of the United States' treasured old growth forests and how important they are. Colby Fedor stops in next hour as well. She's got quite a few stories, a lot of those crime and court stuff, so that should be fun. It's all happening next hour on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Also, I'll tell you 4 things that Siri can now do with the new iPhone that Siri couldn't do previously. They're up to iPhone 18, which supposedly folds. So we're just going backwards, man. Remember, the phones got smaller and smaller and smaller. Then phones got bigger and bigger and bigger. Then phones used to be the Star Trek, flip open the communicator. And then we got rid of that. And we're just going back. to all the things that phones used to be. Phones used to flip open. Now, apparently, that's what we want them to do again. The iPhone 18 is going to flip open. And Siri can now do stuff that she couldn't do before. I'll let you know what when we come back. Right now, it's time for news for our radio affiliates around the state. They play their news. We play ours. And we get back together in 6 minutes. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show on X Live, Facebook Live, YouTube channel on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. And run it back when you're ready on demand, wherever you listen to your favorite podcast.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. Sergeant Zach Burns, shot 3 times by a gunman in Baggs last month, got a hero's welcome in Rawlins after a 230-mile escort from Colorado Hospital Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Rawlins police chief says, quote, on the scale of heroism, that's pretty far up there.
6 weeks after Sergeant Zach Burns was shot 3 times by a gunman in Baggs, he returned home on Wednesday, and the people in Rawlins just gave him a real hero's welcome. They're out on the streets. They had signs for him. And his brothers in blue, law enforcement, other first responders, they followed him all the way from Colorado, about 230 miles.
For Chief Ward and other law enforcement officers, the risk is always there, he said. While running towards danger while others run from it is what they signed up for, the hope is they won't have to. U.S. House candidate Bo Biden is one of many criticizing the Republican Party's decision to endorse candidates. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that he called Chuck Gray, who sought and received the endorsement, the establishment, saying, quote, well, Chucky boy, you're the insider buddy.
One of many critics was Senate President Bo Biden, who's running in the U.S. House race. He did not seek the party's endorsement at all. He did not turn in its threshold questionnaire. Secretary Gray has repeatedly derided an unspecified group of insiders in his public statements.
State Party Chair Bryan Miller has countered in both a press release and an email interview, saying the party respects the fiercely independent, discerning voter base. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Wrap up your summer at the Wyoming State Fair, August 11th through the 15th in Douglas. Experience Wyoming's annual celebration of agriculture, community, and tradition with delicious fair food, carnival rides, shopping, exhibits, and unforgettable grandstand events. From Wyoming's Ranch Rodeo Finals to free breakaway roping to 2 nights of PRCA Rodeo and the Demolition Derby, there's something for everyone. Plan your trip at wystatefair.com.
This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Officials concluded Tuesday that a 33-year-old man likely surprised a grizzly in the dark before he was killed in Glacier National Park in May. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that running into a bear in the dark is a, quote, nightmare scenario, said an outdoorsman who was in the park at the time.
They try to use the trails when they know people typically aren't going to be there. If it's dark and you're by yourself, even if you're trying to make noise, you might not make enough noise. And there's just that chance where you're going to come up on a grizzly where it's going to be boom, instant encounter, close range. Evidently, the guy did use his bear spray, but probably happened so fast at such close range, they're not even sure he was able to hit the bear with the spray.
The Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee's report on the investigation of the site indicates that the attack by an adult male grizzly was brief and intense. His body was found about 69 feet below the trail and 2.5 miles from the trailhead. Wyoming ranchers are struggling with an existential problem out of their control. Hay has become harder to find, harder to grow, and more expensive to buy. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that some say this will hasten the end of family farms and ranches that can't afford to feed their animals.
With the lack of rain in the spring and the lack of snowpack in the winter, Wyoming can't grow enough hay to meet its own demand. So ranchers who are in the routine of growing enough hay to feed their livestock might be struggling this year, and a lot of them are. In order to feed their livestock, they're either having to pay a lot of money for hay. I mean, a year ago, you could get a bale of hay for $150 per ton. Now, you're lucky if you can find it for $300.
Right now, the hay feeding Wyoming's livestock is probably from out of state. Jason Watts, co-owner of Hayworks in Buffalo, said importing hay from neighboring states might be enough to stabilize Wyoming, if only temporarily. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Okay, let's get to it. Hour 2, Thursday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Cathy Holman's with us. Visually wise, she's on the left. Ashley Bright on the right. Ashley is the CEO of Boys and Girls Club of Central Wyoming. And Cathy, maybe better known as her persona, which I am jealous at your social media following. I'll try to
keep in mind I've been doing it for 13 years, right? So there's that.
Well, if we ever get up in your neighborhood, 65,000 followers on socials. Cathy is the Prairie Wife in heels, the whole brand, the whole thing, and certainly deserve it of any kind of honor. Ashley, what you saw in Cathy and your folks at the Boys and Girls Club was what? A whole lot of cowboy try. What is the award, by the way?
Great to be with you this morning, you and Cathy and the listeners. We present the Mick and Susie McMurray Cowboy Code Try Award each year at the annual breakfast. We're coming up on our 28th annual breakfast. We've had this award for the last 15 years. 11 years with Chris Navarro and a real famed cowboy statue that exemplifies the try. And in rodeo language, the try means it's the highest compliment you can give a cowboy is when another cowboy says you have the try. That means that you've given 110%. And so we have a selection process with a team of individuals. Kim DeVore, CEO of Jonah Bank, Wyoming, she chairs the process every year. We have a strong committee. We have nominations that come in. And this year's 2026 Mick and Susie McMurray Cowboy Code Try Award is going to Cathy Holman for her 110% effort in over this past year with what she has done through legislative to protect children.
Nice. So at the 28th annual awards show breakfast, which is coming up September 16th, this is not going to be a surprise to Cathy. We've already let her know. Oops, it's out of the bag. Cathy, but were you surprised to find out? And how did you find out? Did Ashley call or what?
Yeah, so Ashley and a couple other people I know from the board, I've been blessed to MC at multiple charity events that they've done over the years. So I have a relationship with the club. And they called me, and honestly, I thought it was going to be something about MCing or the
Yeah.
event that was coming up. And then they let me know that I was receiving this award, which I know past winners who are people I look up to in the community. And honestly, I cried. I think I think I couldn't make it through the rest of the conversation that we had because it meant so much to me that they saw the effort and the work that has gone into the legislation, and I couldn't have done it without support from those very same people that were making that phone call and giving me the award. So it was incredibly humbling.
Cowboy Code Tri Award. So let's let our listeners know, if you haven't been following it. I don't want to deep dive too far into this and rehash. But certainly in your own personal life, your own family, there's been cyberbullying, stalking, that kind of stuff. And Wyoming, a need to get tougher on those kind of situations. And you've had to bear that and been in the headlines.
Yeah, I think the gist of the situation can be summed up very quickly. There was a 41-year-old woman who stalked my daughter and her current boyfriend for a year. And when she was finally caught, we expected justice, as anyone would, right? Because that's what we have laws in the court system for. And instead, we found out that at the time, an adult stalking a minor was a misdemeanor, same as throwing a beer can out the window. And once we had gone through our process, we felt that we didn't want anyone else to feel that same way we did. There was basically no repercussions. She received 2 years of unsupervised probation for what she did to these children and to our families. And so through amazing support from legislators, people in the community, we wrote a new stalking law. It was House Bill 8, where an adult stalking a minor is a felony. Thanks to support from a bunch of people, our legislation pulled together. We ended up having a unanimous vote on it. And as of July 1st, it is now a felony for an adult to stalk a minor. And there's a parallel bill that made grooming a felony. It established it as a crime and made it as a felony in the state of Wyoming too, that we advocated for because of it. So that's what we did, but we couldn't have done it alone. I really want to emphasize that.
Yeah. Ashley, tell us about Mick and Susie McMurray, about this award. I think you barely touched on it. Who are they and what does this award mean?
Yep. So Mick McMurray was a known philanthropist and leader in the community and state, gas, oil person, oil mainly, and they established the McMurray Foundation, which has contributed to all facets of life and has made a tremendous impact in the state of Wyoming. And Mick and Susie were the team. Both of them served on the Boys and Girls Club board for years. Mick on the foundation board, Susie on the operations Boys and Girls Club of Central Wyoming board, and tremendous people, individuals that demonstrated the try all their lives. And so when Chris Navarro came to us and said, "Hey, I want to tribute Mick. Mick had just passed away with an annual bronze. What are your thoughts?" And we had started the path of recognizing individuals in the community that have demonstrated the try, giving 110%, how dealing with adversity and jumping over hurdles and recovering and continuing with their lives as defined people. And so we said, "Hey, Chris, what about this being the annual award?" At the breakfast, we have traditionally 1,000 to 1,200 people that come each year to the breakfast with our honoree and Youth of the Year announcement, and then our special speaker, and so we started with the Mick and Susie Cowboy Code Tri Award 11 years ago, and Chris said, "I want to present the first one to Susie McMurray." And so Susie received the first Tri Award that we presented 11 years ago, and then here we are presenting a very worthy person who has demonstrated tremendous effort in her life over the past year.
That is Cathy Holman, the 12th annual recipient of this award. Cathy, tell me about the Prairie Wife and Heels, the whole Prairie Wife brand. I mean, what started that whole thing? It's huge, like we said, a huge following.
Yeah, it actually just started as a mommy blog. I was on kid number 4 of 5 and staying at home and just needed a little something to do. And it was actually prompted by a friend of mine. I had a lot of women that reached out to me for support and help. And she said, why don't you do a blog? And then people won't call you at 2:30 in the morning with nursing questions, crying. And I just went from there. So the purpose was to offer support to women, wives, and mothers. And as the brand has grown, now it just is to offer support to anyone to lead a life of grit and grace. And so everything we talk about and do on my platform, the website, prairiewifeandheels.com, the social media, is all to just offer that support. And there's parenting things, there's just sharing life in general, talking about Wyoming and, really anything that comes up in everyday life.
Right. And I'm consider me one of the 65,000 followers. I got all caught up in it. And for me, the appeal was you represented a real 3D Wyoming woman. There's stereotype Wyoming women, stereotype mom. You were all over but you encompass everyone, all women. It was really neat to watch what you've done. I see the appeal.
Some of that comes from the fact that I'm originally from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I came out to Wyoming to attend the University of Wyoming. And keep in mind, this was the late 1900s, as I say. So I literally went to the University of Wyoming to find a cowboy and marry him. And the rest is history.
Very good. Ashley, what else is going on at the 28th Annual Awards and Recognition Breakfast? I know Bob and Celia Kirkwood probably going to be there. Ken Carter. What else is happening at this event?
Yeah, so the other great thing that we do at the breakfast is we honor individuals in the community. And this is our 28th Annual Awards and Recognition Breakfast honoring Bob and Celia Kirkwood, who is a long time Wyoming family. They built their life through faith and leadership, and do it what they would describe themselves as quietly, but yes, amazing people, mentors, people that everyone respects and admires in the state of Wyoming. Bob and Celia Kirkwood, and then Coach Ken Carter. Coach Carter is a top 10 sports movie of all time, and his lessons and his principles are what's going to be shared. And he's a high energy speaker, and he's funny and he walks you through the disciplines of life, and you walk out of there with your mind totally fixated on how can I be better tomorrow than I am today. So Coach Carter's coming. I would call it the Coach Carter Experience, honoring Bob and Celia Kirkwood and the tremendous legacy and continued work that they do in the state of Wyoming. So it is going to be a big time breakfast, and Cathy receiving the Mick and Susie McMurray Cowboy Code Tri Award is certainly a highlight as well. And we also announced our Youth of the Year. Our Central Wyoming Youth of the Year is announced, and their scholarships that are allocated to these kids. And so the naming of the Central Wyoming Youth of the Year will happen at the breakfast. And Susie McMurray always said that dreams happen at the Boys and Girls Club breakfast. So we're looking for just a tremendous morning here in the state of Wyoming.
Well, if just half of Cathy Holman's fans show up at the Ford Wyoming Center, you're going to have to expand seating. It's Wednesday, September 16th. The event sounds like a shindig you don't want to miss. By the way, recent research from Boys and Girls Club of America shows every dollar invested in this program comes back more than $10. By those metrics, $64 million in annual economic value for just the Boys and Girls Club of Central Wyoming. Worthwhile. Go give them some money and know where you're going to be September at the Ford Wyoming Center. You're going to see the Prairie Wife, maybe in heels, maybe in boots. However,
definitely heels.
All right, Cathy. Ashley, thanks for being on.
Jake, thank you again.
Of course. Don Day and a day weather forecast next.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and it's time for the day weather forecast. Otherwise known as Waze Don Day has aggravated my cat. His winter forecasts have made my cat miserable. And yesterday, his prediction of a thunderstorm sent the cat off the coffee table and nearly hit the ceiling with one of those big thunder booms. Way to go, Don.
Well, don't you have the catnip handy to medicate the cat?
Right, to calm the cat. I got to get him one of those thunder vests the dogs wear.
Hey, those work. Those work with dogs. I have experience with that.
I heard they work. People put them on their dog on the 4th of July for the firecrackers. I think getting that on my cat would require me a trip to the ER for me.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. It's like a hurting cats. Doesn't go well.
Dude, I would get shredded. But it was a pretty good soaker. You mentioned yesterday the nature of some of those storms would be really micro, depending on where you're standing. And I must have been standing right under it because it rained hard and it rained for a little bit. And sure enough, there was rivulets. Is that a word? Of water just running down the driveway.
Yeah, and we're going to see that again today. Today, the monsoon is very deep again before we start to see it weaken a little bit tomorrow and over the weekend. But we still have flood watches in effect for south central and southeastern Wyoming today. That's where the core of the better thunderstorm chances will be. But in northwestern Wyoming as well, we also have flood watches for Cody and Thermopolis and Meeteetse. You know, that is an area there along the east slopes of the mountains in the western part of the Bighorn Bays. They've had thunderstorms every day going on better than a week and a half. So flash flooding is still going to be a concern.
In summer, weather often includes mention of smoke from distant wildfires. I know Oregon, Washington, a little bit of Idaho on fire, and we've seen smoke. I think some of that is starting to take a route north up over the top of us now, but What's the smoke conditions lately?
Well, you know what? Honestly, Jake, I haven't been following that. I've been busy here. I know the Pacific Northwest has hit a dry spell, which this is typical for that time of year there. So the smoke we are getting is from those. Some of the smoke that we've been getting was coming from the Utah, Colorado fires.
Yeah.
But those have all gotten rained on here over the last week or so. So we're probably going to be, there's really nothing to help those Pacific Northwest fires in the short term. So that smoke is going to probably come and go into portions of Wyoming.
Hey, Don, if you're around, I think it's later this, I know you're busy forecasting. Next hour, we have a guest on, somebody doing research at UW that's researching in the atmospheric science. He's going to get into thermodynamic theory and where rain is coming from now. From the gist of it, and I'm not a meteorologist, is coming more from the ocean than it is land with global warming, and it's coming from farther away. So the rain we see today came from the ocean way the heck out there, rather than, I guess, evaporation on terra firma.
Well, the oceans provide most of our precipitation.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I guess they still are. And I don't know, it might be interesting to hear what
I'll see if I'm available. I'll tune in.
Travis Aerenson next hour. Thank you, Don.
Bye-bye.
Don Day with his day weather forecast. As we head to, let's see, what do we got next? Rick Bass is with us. Rick, come on in here. He is just wrapping up a tour. I think it ended. We'll find out. There we are. Hi, Rick. Is this Roadshow finished up? The Green Curtain Roadshow? Did you just finish? Are you in Montana?
I am in Montana. Yeah, I sent the crew home last night.
Yeah. Well, you covered some ground from Maine to Montana this summer of 2026. A group of artists made the travel in just highlighting the importance of some of the United States old growth forests, some thick forests that have been around for a long, long time, and the crucial role of forests in, well, for one thing, trees eat carbon dioxide, right? Or trees are important. Similar to South America, it reminds me of South America and this renewed interest in the rainforest and its benefit. Tell me about the cause, and then we'll learn what happened on the road.
Yeah, you bet. No, thanks. So I live up in northwest Montana's Yak Valley, and it's an ancient inland rainforest. Many parts of it are, some remaining parts are. And as you point out, those big trees store a lot of carbon. And we've been a group I work with has been wanting to protect that inland rainforest, and we have been advocating for it with a guitar, a piece of ancient Engelmann spruce that we salvaged from the edge of the forest when a clear cut came up to the edge of it and the trees started blowing over at the edge of the clear cut.
I want to talk about this guitar. I'm going to show a little bit of it here. The Black Ram guitar. Talk a little bit more about that and its importance.
Yeah. Again, we're so, in our society right now, we're just so frazzled and benumbed and kind of tired of anxiety and stress and polarization and stuff. And we thought this incredible craft guitar would be a really good way to gather people to kind of reset and convert this climate grief that we carry around every day, thinking, we can't do anything about it, into climate joy, just listening to beautiful music. And by the way, protecting these old forests, such as the one the guitar comes from, is a way to slow the rate of climate change. It's not going to reverse it, but it slows it. It buys us some time. We think of these old climate forests as climate lifeboats.
I mean, I don't know what to make of the lack of winter that Wyoming had. Was Montana similar? We just didn't have a snowpack, and now this summer is really hot.
Yeah, no, same deal up here. It's just not right to not see snow on the ground in December, January, February. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think we all have an idea of the role that our planet's forests play. They absorb up to 30% of the carbon emissions annually. Old forests doing the lion's share of that work. And old forests are where you visited, where you took the road. You think of, well, I'm trying to think of a band that doesn't date me. The Rush Styx Journey Tour and the cities they'll go to. That's not where you find the Green Curtain Roadshow. I took a look at your route, and you're looking for forests, old ones.
Yeah, really sweet. Started out in Maine, where, of course, just off the coast of Maine, there's an underwater forest, this kelp forest, which is called, the Yellowstone of the Atlantic. And those kelp forests store a lot of carbon. We went up into northern Maine, northern Vermont, Telephone Gap, into New Hampshire, Chicora Mountains, into the Adirondacks, Ampersand Mountain, just wandering this path all along the Canadian-U.S. border, where the boreal and subboreal forests store so much carbon, not just in the big trees, but in their root systems.
Forests are probably even more needed where there are a mass of people, where cities are. I think about the Northeast, where, you have New York, Boston, Philly, but you also have people might be surprised to learn this is a great forest in the Northeast U.S.
And it was fascinating to be going in the summer, right after the 4th of July, mapping what we're envisioning will be a green curtain along the northern tier of the United States. This semi-permeable, breathing, not a wall, but just a curtain of carbon-absorbing forest. And so many people are walking into the forest because of the heat. And you get in there, and it's just a different world. We don't understand it, but we feel good when we're standing in an old forest.
Oh yeah, it is a Zen moment. It is a feel good moment. Being in a forest, for some people, it is religion. Rick Bass, the tour. Rick, how long is this? This is not the first tour, is it? How long you been doing the Green Curtain Roadshow?
This was the first one. Yeah, This was the template, the pilot project. We went, I think, 16 days. We visited some historical sites along the way, but mostly just old forests and old forests. We closed out, seemingly paradoxically, in the American prairie out there in north central Montana. And the grasslands store a lot of carbon too, and the grasses hold the soil together, keep it from blowing away into another dust bowl. Enormous carbon banks in that soil and in the grassland.
So, what is the forest you mentioned in Montana where you finished up? I didn't know about this, but it's super important.
Special, yeah. It's the Yak Valley in the very farthest northwest corner of the state on the Kootenai National Forest. The Kootenai National Forest is about the size of Yellowstone, 2.2 million acres. There's no protection up there for those old forests, so we're wanting to affect that. And there's other places closer to homes for thinning and finding some wood material, but these last ancient forests, we have to stop cutting them. They are our way out, our way forward.
Well, I hope this tour has highlighted that very cause for many people. The Green Curtain Roadshow tour. What did you learn other than that's very ambitious, Maine to Montana? What kind of timeline? What are some of the things you learned in the first time? So when you do it again next year, how will it differ? I would love to see Canada, by the way, be incorporated. They got a few forests up there.
Yeah, no, it's a great idea. And that's the thing about the journey. It's malleable, it's replicable. This was a group of young students, but any people of any age can leave their home and kind of connect the dots, going from old forest to old forest, working their way up to this one up in northwest Montana to see, the origin of the guitar and where the idea came from. It's a made in Montana solution that's applicable at scale.
I like it. Rick Bass is the guy who the impetus behind the Green Curtain Roadshow route. It just wrapped up. The summer of 2026 tour, group of artists traveling from Maine to Montana, highlighting old growth forests and giving folks a chance to maybe strum that black ram guitar. That's pretty cool.
She belongs to all of us. Anybody who ever, people love holding it, even if they don't know how to play, and just hearing the sound that comes from her.
Yeah. Well, thanks for being on, Rick. I appreciate it. Do it again next year. Make sure. And
You bet. Thank you so much.
Let's get with you then next summer of 27.
I'll keep in touch. Thanks again.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Rick Bass. And read more, learn more on the internet, greencurtainroadshow.org, and find out more about the project. Rick Bass joining us this morning. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with, I think, Colby Fedor. Is it Colby time? Yes, it is. Colby's next.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout Demolition Derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Yeah, this music is a little subdued for our next topic. We need something more aggressive than that. Yeah, how about this? Way to go, Hayden Welsh. That guy covered bulls, 93.5 point ride, followed by a 92 ride, and that sealed the deal. Part of Cheyenne Frontier Days and the Extreme Bulls competition. Hayden Welch right now is feeling it, man. He is red hot, on top of his game. And here he is at Extreme Bulls Cheyenne Frontier Days event, where he was crowned like whatever, the champ. Like, the dude is good. Yee! Yeah! That's Hayden Welch. He is so good, man. Cheyenne Frontier Days, Extreme Bulls event. He wins the title. I'd say after, back-to-back 90-plus rides, just give him the trophy, give him the buckle, give him whatever he needs. Speaking of rodeo, let's find out what our friends are doing over in rodeo land. It's Will Rasmussen and the Rodeo Roadshow. We'll sneak one of those in, and then we'll get Kobe Fedor in here right after that.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. One of the PRCA's premier events got over the weekend. The NFR Open in Colorado Springs, Colorado. And Travor Johnson, the reigning Resistol Rookie of the Year from 25, he won the steer wrestling. He went from 45th in the world to 24th in the world in the steer wrestling. We'll talk to him about it when we come back.
Smart cattle buyers know that Superior Livestock is the place for volume, quality, and selection. Join Superior for the Video Royale video auction July 27th through the 30th in Winnemucca, Nevada, and live online. More than 142,000 head of calves, yearlings, and bred stock will sell from ranches across the country. View every lot in high-quality video and register to bid today at SuperiorLivestock.com. Don't miss Video Royale July 27th through the 30th, only at SuperiorLivestock.com. Be part of something bigger. Join the American Sheep Industry Association today. Producers who join their state sheep association automatically gain ASI membership and access to national resources and representation. If your state doesn't have an association, no worries. You can still sign up individually at sheepusa.org and stay connected to the future of the industry. Your voice matters. Your membership counts. Again, learn more at sheepusa.org.
The big deal is Travor Johnson from Washington, the reigning Resistol Rookie of the Year. He just won the NFR Open in Colorado Springs. And Travor, thank you and congratulations. What a huge, huge feather in your cap.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It was a good week last week, so I was able to get it done up there in Colorado Springs. And it was a fun rodeo.
So do you have your own horse? Tell me about the horse situation.
Yeah, in Springs, I rode my main horse, Potter, that I bought from Kyle Whitaker, 2 years ago now. Last year was my first year riding him, and he just he took off really good, and he's been working good lately, and rode him there and set up fit him really good. I had my buddy Jaden Whitman, who I went to school with at MSU, Hayes for me on his brother's really good Hayes horse, and it turned out just right.
A former high school quarterback, a great athlete, a great steer wrestler, into the top 25 in the world. He's got family in Salmon, Idaho, and Washington. Glad to have Travor Johnson on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Well, thank you, Will, for the Rodeo Roadshow. Those Bulldoggers only as good as their hazers, the unsung heroes. I mean, they're down a peg even from the pickup man. You forget about those, support staff, the undercard at rodeo, the people who go out there and place the barrels in the spot or pick them back up when they're knocked over, the pickup men, and the hazers in steer wrestling, so crucial. They can ruin a run or make a run. Pretty big to have a good hazer, one you trust, one who is doing the job right. And by the way, you non-rodeo people, when you're bulldogging or steer wrestling, both you and the steer come out of the chute and you ride up alongside the steer and you're going to drop down on his head and then wrestle him to the ground. Now, what's to keep the steer from kind of veering away from you, kind of taking a right-hand turn as you try to get up next to him? That's your hazer. who's riding on the other side. He's coming out of what would be, I guess, the heel box, and he's making sure the steer runs in a straight line for you. He doesn't want to get out too far ahead. That could cause the steer to slow down or stop. He doesn't want to be too far behind, or the steer may not see anybody over there and say, I'm going to start drifting right here away from you. So having that perfect hazer run is pretty critical. Colby Fedor is going to pop in here. Let me check the Zoom room and see if we got a Colby, and I'm going to get some music ready for her. Something that is Fedor approved. She's got a whole mess of stories, many of those crime courts. That's the Fedor beat, including we got the Bar None man charged with seven felonies. We got how about a feel-good story from Fedor, the 14-year-old ranch kid up there in Montana that roped a drowning man. Should be a new rodeo event. Speaking of rodeo, should it not? To be able to rope like somebody drifting by in the Yellowstone River saying help and they're drowning, and how fast can you rope and get them to safety? Not a rodeo event, but a life-saving event in this case. In fact, the 14-year-old ranch kid is credited with probably saving a man's life in the Yellowstone River. It happened over the 4th of July weekend. One throw, one loop, and he got him. Pretty impressive. And that's a story from Colby Fedor. Also, we want to check out her story about all those cop cars that was seen the other day at the Ace Hardware, East Cheyenne. I'm counting, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, about a dozen. And I saw these photos from people's on Facebook saying, what is going down at the Ace Hardware? And I'm like, yeah, what is going down? It's like 12 cop cars. Turns out it was an alleged potential armed robbery. 3 guys captured, and I don't know, Colby can tell it in her own words. There's Fedor. Colby, we're talking about that Ace Hardware, East Cheyenne. I saw those photos from people on Facebook saying, what the heck is going down? Colby will tell you what's going down. It was armed robbery, 3 arrested, guns seized. What happened?
Yeah, there was a huge law enforcement presence, at least 8 vehicles, and it seems to have happened in the parking lot. We don't know a lot right now in terms of the suspects, but we do know 3 people were taken into custody. So hopefully we have an affidavit on that and some details, but we know it was an armed robbery and several firearms were seized as well.
The story from Colby, this happened Wednesday afternoon, not your typical Ace Hardware. The last time I was in Ace Hardware parking lot, I was trying to get a lawnmower out of the back of the truck, and the Ace is the friendly place, and they came out and helped me, those 2 dudes. But yeah, this is different.
I love when I take the kids to Ace Hardware. They have popcorn.
They do have popcorn.
Really good popcorn.
Is that like I didn't know, like my Ace, I went to the Ace in Buffalo. I thought it was just them. So that's an Ace thing?
No, you're not special. Oh,
yes, I am.
You are. But it's at all the Aces I've been to, we've gotten lucky, and they have those little cones. And, you know, to the kids, it's just like the coolest thing because we don't have the movie style popcorn all the time. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I wonder what the real story is there. Like, did the founder just love popcorn? What's going on? You know, sometimes banks used to have it too.
Yeah.
And I think COVID kind of shut that down, but not Ace.
Well, that sounds like a story idea for you. You are an inquisitive journalist. Meanwhile, Ace, you now owe us like a whole bunch of money. Holy cow, we probably increased your stock and who knows what. Colby, your story about this 14-year-old ranch kid, we all have seen teenagers like this that they just have a rope in their hands everywhere all the time, and it doesn't have to be at a rodeo. Just camping over the 4th of July week, they just constantly swinging a rope. Turned in pretty handy this time. Probably saved a man from drowning.
Absolutely. This was just one of those stories that everything about it was great. I love that he was walking along the Yellowstone River, rope in hand, not a phone. I mean, what have he been on his phone?
Yeah.
Like most of us today? No, he was, working on like dallying or whatever. And all of a sudden he hears, help, help. And then he had to convince the man to let go of the cooler. So that moment took just such a tremendous leap of faith on both parties' parts. And he got it in one swoop and was able to pull him to shore, which is also a miracle because he's not a very big guy. He's 14 years old. And so this was an adult that he rescued out of the water. And so when I talked to his dad was like, his dad's worked for the volunteer fire department. He understands the risks of the water. And he was just like, so like scared when he saw that his son actually caught him and then did a little prayer, like, please don't take him. And it was just a miracle.
Yeah, what a job. It was Jory Thomas, 14-year-old, roped a drowning guy to safety, convincing him to let go of the cooler. Probably the guy that you took one look at this kid. He said, well, he swings pretty good rope. He's got a belt buckle. Okay, you bet. And it took him one throw. And I can see from his coils, Jory's coils, that this is not a long rope. So he had to get probably kind of close. He had to wade in there a little bit, huh? And he nailed him.
He was wading in chest deep.
Oh, man. Way to go, Jory. Hero. Who knew, most people swinging a rope hope to one day make money at the NFR. I don't know who's in it to save a life, but what a start for Jory.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see where his rodeo career takes him. Mark Hines, about a month ago, said, friends don't set friends on fire. That was concerning a news story. Colby Fedor, I think the latest Mark Hines quote would be, friends don't bear spray friends. This Jackson dude, road rage has become like the nation's real scourge. I don't know what's wrong with people.
Yeah, the affidavit did say this was a road rage incident. So one thing I think is funny, too, is that police have been calling it Angry August, and the Angry August is here early. And I'd never heard that before, but it's so true. The temp starts rising. People almost seem to act crazier, but they were both driving and somebody cut somebody else off, I believe twice, actually. And then they both pulled over on the side of the road to have a little chat, it sounds like. And one person bear sprayed. When this guy gets out of the car, he approaches the driver's side window and just gets bear sprayed in the face, which, by the way, is horrible. It's bear spray is not good for bears. It's definitely not good for people. So the man who was bear sprayed not once, but twice, did take a trip in the ambulance to the hospital. And no word on his condition. I did try to reach out. But the person who sprayed him then drove away. They didn't call police. So police were able to find him. They had some data. I think there was a dash cam, so more will be revealed there. But because I still am wondering how the second thing happened. It says he got him out of the passenger side window next. So I think what happened is the guy who got sprayed in the face sort of probably wandered off to the side, kind of got away to the best of his ability, not in the road, and was coughing, spitting, and then gets hit a second time. And then that did actually elevate. That's why the person who sprayed is facing a felony now. It's very serious, actually.
Yeah. I mean, you can think like spur of the moment, heat of the moment, things escalate to the point where you do something rash and you regret it. But to go back for a second bite of the apple, another bear spray, that's probably not good. Bear spray.
No, Jake, I'll share this with you quickly. When I lived in Montana, my husband worked in the airport, and he heard about this story where some tourists had come to visit the park, and this guy lined his whole family up. I don't think he spoke English, and he thought he was spraying them with bug spray.
Oh.
And so he sprayed his wife and his kids, and he sprayed them with bear spray, and then they had to be life flighted. And so that always, when I think of bear spray, I'm like, oh my gosh, like I wonder what the status of that marriage is. And
I know
we've all thought about doing it to our spouse, but doing it to your kids is egregious.
I've heard that. I thought I chalked it up to urban legend that somebody would actually apply it as a mosquito repellent. But yes, now Colby tells us it has been done. Angry August, by the way, is a known thing, Colby. Certainly in the service industry in Jackson, that's where your server by August has had it. They are no longer working for tips. They just slap the breakfast down on your table. Here.
Okay, that makes sense. I love it as a term because I've always said, as a mom, by August, I love the summer, but the car, why is the car always so hot? And we always like live in our car. We're going to activities, to and fro places all the time. And it's like, everybody just gets a little cranky.
Yeah. And you're applying the weather, which I didn't think of. Yes, you're kind of over it. Dog days of summer by August. But I know for service industry people, they're over being nice. That pasted smile, all that, tourists have finally taken the toll and you can't take it anymore. You're like, nope.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Angry August. Colby's story about, this is, I'm going to chalk it up as there's a special place in the afterlife. Woman accused of stealing, embezzlement when you're the book person, when you're doing the QuickBooks. We see it so often. It's almost always women. I don't know why. $200,000 plus stolen, embezzled, cooking the books from the Special Olympics. She's facing 6 felonies. Eesh.
Yeah, when this first happened, when the allegations came up, I thought, no way. Like, that's awful. You can't, this is the most vulnerable community to go after. But she was an employee there, former, and investigators were calling it a sophisticated scheme. So she was falsifying financial documents. She was forging checks. She was in the budget, saying that certain things, allocating money to things that it wasn't really going to. And this happened over a period of years. And I had just been checking because I knew her trial was coming up. She was scheduled for a pretrial conference and then a trial in August. But we know from the time someone makes a not guilty plea to trial, anything can happen. So you just kind of check on these things. And in court records available this week, I saw that there was a plea deal filed. So I got a hold of her attorney, and he said, she is very remorseful for her actions. And she, as part of this plea agreement, is going to pay restitution. Now, I did reach out to the organization also. They didn't want to say much because still anything can happen. A judge needs to sign this plea agreement and then it goes to sentencing. And by the way, just a reminder, people, the judge doesn't have to abide by that deal. And if the judge should sentence her to a greater penalty than what she agreed to, which was, I think it's up to 20 years in prison for the 6 felonies that she pled guilty to in exchange for 3 being dropped, he could say, no, this isn't a harsh enough penalty, or she, depends on the judge. And she still has to submit that guilty plea.
Yeah, Claire has explained that to us many times, where these plea deals, these certain kind of plea deals, it's up to the judge whether he's going, and she the victims would know that, or not the victim, the suspect would know that. In this case, a woman would realize, her lawyer would tell you, he doesn't have to accept this deal. He could come down with a hammer harder. Maybe it would have to do with her ability to pay restitution. Can she come up with $200,000 if the judge says she'll never make that? Let's put her behind bars. We'll see. Thanks so much for introducing us to April Jo Jones. She is a specialist with extreme cleanouts. She's pretty cool in Du Bois.
Yeah, I love this story. It's funny, as I was writing it, I felt motivated to clean my house.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy in the Fedor household, but it happens slowly for people over time. Sometimes, it's not an obvious hoarder situation until it is. And then there are a lot of signs, stacks, mazes in their house, sometimes biohazards, right? A lot of hoarders like to keep containers of food, which I do too. So as I was writing this, I thought, red flag, because you might use them as Tupperware, but they don't get around to actually washing them sometimes. And so the sink becomes piled up with dishes, and then it's actually a real health concern, and not to mention a fire hazard. I talked to a fire chief about this, and he said that he comes across hoarder situations all the time.
That's funny, Colby, because that resonated with me too. When I was talking to April Joe, I'm thinking in the back of my mind, I'm a, pizza box, empty beer can away from being on this path to like, oh my goodness, it's gone too far. I need April Joe. It could happen to anybody.
Yep.
All right. Well, thanks for being on. Have yourself a great weekend.
Here.
Colby Fedor of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Whole mess of Colby stories you got to get up to date on. Here's what's coming up next hour. Tom Lubnau joins us, Cowboy State Daily columnist, and he did not care for the GOP endorsing candidates. In fact, says it's probably unconstitutional. Travis Aerenson, hopefully Don Day peeks in. Aerenson has done some groundbreaking research on where rain comes from, how far away and how long it travels through the air, that kind of stuff. And Garrett Yerigan, he is the voice you hear at Cheyenne Frontier Days Rodeo. He'll be on as well. Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. Sergeant Zach Burns, shot 3 times by a gunman in Bags last month, got a hero's welcome in Rawlins after a 230-mile escort from Colorado Hospital Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Rawlins police chief says, quote, on the scale of heroism, that's pretty far up there.
6 weeks after Sergeant Zach Burns was shot 3 times by a gunman in Bags, he returned home on Wednesday, and the people in Rawlins just gave him a real hero's welcome. They were out on the streets, they had signs for him, and his brothers in blue, law enforcement, other first responders, they followed him all the way from Colorado, about 230 miles.
For Chief Ward and other law enforcement officers, the risk is always there, he said. While running towards danger while others run from it is what they signed up for, the hope is they won't have to. U.S. House candidate Bo Biteman is one of many criticizing the Republican Party's decision to endorse candidates. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that he called Chuck Gray, who sought and received the endorsement, the establishment, saying, quote, well, Chucky boy, you're the insider buddy.
One of many critics was Senate President Bo Biteman, who's running in the U.S. House race. He did not seek the party's endorsement at all. He did not turn in its threshold questionnaire. Secretary Gray has repeatedly derided an unspecified group of insiders in his public statements.
State Party Chair Bryan Miller has countered in both a press release and an email interview, saying the party respects the fiercely independent, discerning voter base. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Wrap up your summer at the Wyoming State Fair, August 11th through the 15th in Douglas. Experience Wyoming's annual celebration of agriculture, community, and tradition with delicious fair food, carnival rides, shopping, exhibits, and unforgettable grandstand events. From Wyoming's Ranch Rodeo Finals to free breakaway roping to 2 nights of PRCA Rodeo and the Demolition Derby, there's something for everyone. Plan your trip at wystatefair.com.
This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Officials concluded Tuesday that a 33-year-old man likely surprised a grizzly in the dark before he was killed in Glacier National Park in May. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that running into a bear in the dark is a, quote, nightmare scenario, said an outdoorsman who was in the park at the time.
They try to use the trails when they know people typically aren't going to be there. If it's dark and you're by yourself, even if you're trying to make noise, you might not make enough noise. And there's just that chance where you're going to come up on a grizzly where it's going to be boom, instant encounter, close range. Evidently, the guy did use his bear spray, but probably happened so fast at such close range, they're not even sure he was able to hit the bear with the spray.
The Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee's report on the investigation of the site indicates that the attack by an adult male grizzly was brief and intense. His body was found about 69 feet below the trail and 2.5 miles from the trailhead. Wyoming ranchers are struggling with an existential problem out of their control. Hay has become harder to find, harder to grow, and more expensive to buy. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that some say this will hasten the end of family farms and ranches that can't afford to feed their animals.
With the lack of rain in the spring and the lack of snowpack in the winter, Wyoming can't grow enough hay to meet its own demand. So ranchers who are in the routine of growing enough hay to feed their livestock might be struggling this year, and a lot of them are. In order to feed their livestock, they're either having to pay a lot of money for hay. I mean, a year ago, you could get a bale of hay for $150 per ton. Now, you're lucky if you can find it for $300.
Right now, the hay feeding Wyoming's livestock is probably from out of state. Jason Watts, co-owner of Hayworks in Buffalo, said importing hay from neighboring states might be enough to stabilize Wyoming, if only temporarily. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Halfway through the Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Thursday, Tom Lubnau joins us, Cowboy State Daily columnist, attorney, legal eagle, and his latest column, spoiler alert, Tom's not too thrilled about the Central Committee, the GOP, endorsing candidates. That's weird and potentially not even constitutionally legal. Tom, were you surprised at that headline, at that piece of news?
No, I wasn't surprised. I'm concerned that the leadership of the party's on a path of self-destruction. They use phrases like culling the herd, kicking people out of the tent. Well, in a game where not a game, but in a process where the most votes wins, kicking voters out of the tent doesn't seem like a bright strategy. And then making donors and other people angry with you doesn't seem like a bright strategy either. And you can see it on social media and in the news. I mean, when Bo Beitman, who for a long time was allied with Chuck Gray on most every issue, starts calling him names and an insider. And it's funny, Secretary Gray calls people insiders and establishment, and the people he's calling it, like me, for example, I haven't held elective office for 12 years. I have opinions, but I'm not an insider. I don't sit in those committee rooms. I haven't been to Cheyenne to the Capitol since the Capitol grand opening. Well, I guess I did testify one time at a hearing in one of the tunnels, but never made it through the full Capitol. So He's an insider. He's been the Secretary of State for years. He sits in the meetings, and to call people names like that is kind of silly. But there's but to see that kind of internal dissension amongst party members, and it's a self-inflicted wound that the Republican Central Committee didn't need. So if one of those people that they didn't endorse gets elected, what happens then? Are they willing to help the party, or are they willing to not give the party the benefit of the doubt when a piece of legislation comes up, or there's all kinds of just really silly intangibles that the party has caused for itself.
Recent news, I think Claire McFarland had it in the Cowboy State Daily, that the GOP leadership had endorsed candidates was a surprise, ruffled feathers, and Tom Lubnau went a step further, calling it a suicide mission that alienated 4 U.S. Senate campaigns, 9 House campaigns, 3 governor campaigns, and 3 Secretary of State campaigns, because it left some out in the cold. No more out in the cold than Megan Degenfelder. That was a bit of a surprise. She's, as you said, carried the water for the party for 4 years as superintendent and gets nothing to show for it in the race for governor.
I don't know why they didn't even consider Megan. I mean, they just ended the meeting and didn't even vote on her. And they just voted to end the meeting rather than, they could have done 2 endorsements, but they didn't, They endorsed somebody who's campaigning as an outsider, Brent Bien, by the most insider group in the state, that the party central committee. It's just mind-boggling to me. And then to spit in President Trump's face, say, yeah, I know you've done 2 videos supporting Superintendent Degenfelder, but we think we know better than you do, Mr. President. Get the hell out of Wyoming. Also incomprehensible when the party and most everybody running for office or federal office is claiming that they're the best pals with President Trump in the world.
Yeah. It's puzzling. It's baffling that a caucus of far-right conservative Republicans in Wyoming very much echo everything that comes out of Trump and the White House, and yet a double endorsement for Degenfelder is apparently ignored. Tom, explain to our listeners, what is the Central Party? You go into it in your column. You explain what committee people are, what they used to be, what they are today, and what is the Central Committee? Who is it made up of?
Well, the Central Committee is a creation of Wyoming statute. It isn't a creation of the party. It's a creation statutorily. And so when you go to vote in the primary, there's going to be right at the bottom of the ballot a space to vote for precinct committee man and precinct committee woman. And that's the person in the party who's in charge of organizing the precinct. Or that's what it used to be. Now it's just go to county meetings and vote on resolutions and try to raise funds for the party. And each county party then has a state share that they pay to the state so that the state can fund its operations. And that's based on population. And I heard rumors that the Crook County party just donated a sizable amount of money from their account to the Freedom Caucus PAC. So the Crook County Republican Party is financing the Freedom Caucus PAC instead of giving the money to the state party or particular candidates they want. That's a rumor I've heard. I think it's a pretty good source, but I've not been able to confirm that with anybody who's in the meeting, and I don't think there's anybody from the Crook County Republican Party that would typically call me because sometimes the things I say offend them. But so that, I'm sorry, I've digressed. So then each county party at a meeting elects a state committee man and a state committee woman, and then a party chairman. And those people are delegates to the state central committee. And then by bylaw, they've added some officers onto the state central committee. So you've got the chair, the vice chair, the treasurer, and they're given rights to vote. And then it used to be that what the central committee did was they recruited people to be Republicans, and they supported Republican candidates after the primary. Well, maybe they did their job too well, because now we've got this supermajority Republican Party in Wyoming that has different wings of it. And so what happens is, instead of having honest debate with each other, they throw out these thought-terminating cliches that say, oh, you're just a closet Democrat, or, you know, you're a super conservative. Well, so they don't have, I guess, a lot of room for exchange of ideas. And I say that I was a state committee man in the late 80s and early 90s from Campbell County. And I was a state committee man up until a few years ago when they passed a bylaw creating their own court system, and I resigned. So I've been in there. And the party now does these things where you have to sign a confidentiality agreement that you admit to a whole bunch of certain penalties if you disclose the inner workings of their secret meetings. And I wouldn't sign that, so I never got to go into the secret meetings anyway. So it's probably not. But so anyway, so the central committee is 3 people from every county. So that's 69 people plus these officers, and that adds up to 73 or 74 people. And that's the central committee. So you've got 73 or 74 people who go to county meetings and play model legislature there. And then they go to 4 state meetings a year. That's a 2-day meeting. So while you and I are skiing or out at the lake, they're getting together on a Friday night and then a full day Saturday and playing model legislature. And then they have a county convention too, or a state convention, and that's where they pass their platforms and resolutions. And what happens there is one person from every county gets together, and they're handpicked by the party organizations. And I don't know if the delegates are picked by the county or the state. It used to be the state had a lot of input on who those people were. They get together and they debate the platforms and resolutions. So that's 23 people in a room debating platforms and resolutions. And the convention has so much business that debate is either limited, or this year they eliminated it. So they said, well, our committee of 23 people put together our platform, vote yes or no on it. And there was no room for debate or amendment or anything. So you're voting on a platform that was created by 23 handpicked people to do things. Well, so that's the group of people that would rather spend their weekends playing model legislature that are endorsing candidates.
In Tom Lubnau's article we're referring to, the column, Central Committee representation statewide is also inherently skewed representation by the numbers because of the different populations of our counties. So you're getting kind of weird representation.
Well, and that actually for a long time was a source of a whole bunch of problems, because in Natrona County, they would just exclude from the meetings. And so Natrona County got mad and quit paying their state share. And so then they couldn't have delegates. And then a couple years ago, they kicked both Natrona and Laramie County out of the convention, and only let them they raised some technicality about how the delegates to the state convention were picked, and they kicked out all of the Laramie County delegates. So you've got almost a third of the state that got kicked out of the meeting. Well, maybe more than a third, 200,000 people out of 587,000 got kicked out of the meeting, didn't have any representation. Except, well, they got 3 people. They got the 3 people by the statute. So the precinct committee man and woman. Hey, could I change the subject real quick?
Sure.
That piece you did today on the silver dollar bar, that's a piece of literature. The word piece, my opinions that I write are transitory and they're going to last until somebody clicks on the next, but that's going to last forever. That was a piece of art. That was really, really good. And if anybody's listening and they need something to read, click on Jake's piece on the word and the silver dollar bar. That was really, really good.
I'm surprised I remembered half of that evening, but yeah, it was a fun night. So
I have had evenings like that at the Silver Dollar myself.
Yeah. One last thing, Tom, before we let you go. You could probably quote it off the top of your head, but give us a reread of Wyoming Statute 22-25-104 and why this endorsement by the party is really on shaky ground. But the guy in charge of enforcing election law is one of the guys who got an endorsement, Secretary of State Chuck Gray.
Yeah, I don't have it up in front of me to read it word for word, but what it says is that no party funds shall be used directly or indirectly to support one Republican candidate over another candidate in the primary, or one party candidate. It applies to both of the major parties. And it's the or indirectly language that I think implicates the statute, because if you post it on the party website, if you host a party Zoom call to do it, if you have the party executive director attend the meeting, those are all uses of party funds indirectly to endorse candidates. So it seems to me that that's a violation of existing Wyoming law. Now, the party alleges, based on a case years ago out of California, that it's a restriction on their free speech right, and it's unconstitutional. And so they don't need to follow the law. Well, there's a lot of people who think that statutes are unconstitutional and they don't have to follow the law. And so they don't, and then they go to jail. There's a decision, Judge Condor, I think is who it was, issued a decision out of Thermopolis that said the state party has to follow state law. And that was the case about how they selected their delegates, because they kind of tried to stack the deck so that certain people would get elected over other people. And the judge said, no, you've got to seat the people who got elected by the people who can actually vote, and you have to follow state law. So there's a case where they have a judge telling them you have to follow state law. It is the state law until somebody rules that law unconstitutional. And so rather than waiting for a judge to give them the ruling they want, they just violate the law. It's just like if I think that embezzlement is unconstitutional, and I go and take $100 million away from somebody and say, well, I just thought that was that statute was unconstitutional. And I get to keep the $100 million. Well, no. The law is the law until somebody rules it not the law. And so I guess state party people doing resistance stuff is sort of an Alinsky-like tactic from.
Yeah. One more thing, Tom. Our vote, is it fair for voters to read into the endorsed, similar sort of on a parallel to those who received a check and checkgate? Can we learn anything from someone who has been endorsed by the party? Are they required to reject the endorsement if they use it in their campaign materials? Can voters make any judgments about that? What does it say about those endorsed getters?
Well, I think it's an honor problem. I think that, Balo, Beitman, Barlow didn't play in the process. And Balo said, I filled out the form, but I wasn't going to accept the endorsement. Beitman and Barlow didn't even fill out the forms.
Yeah.
Said, look, this is, the voters need to decide this. So I think if you're claiming the benefit of even a marginally ethical or legal endorsement, that shows is an item of character. It says that no matter what the means are, the ends justify it, and I'm going to take advantage of it. And so for those 5 candidates who were endorsed by the party, if they're running advertisements claiming that they were endorsed by the party, I think that shows what kind of people they are and is an indication of character at a time when hard choices have to be made. And you can claim character and that you are a good character, but when you get to have to make the hard choice, that's when the proof is in the pudding.
Tom Lubnau, Cowboy State Daily columnist, read his latest Wyoming GOP endorsement, Suicide Mission. Tom, thanks for being here. Meet me at the Wart, as they say in Jackson. I'll see you at the Silver Dollar.
When I'm in Jackson, I'll buy you a beer there. See you later, Jake.
You bet. We'll be right back with more. We're going to UW, and we're going to learn about rain.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout Demolition Derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along on a Thursday. Travis Aerenson joins us next on a perfect time day because many of us in Wyoming are going to see a little rain today. And I have never personally pondered where that rain is coming from. I leave that to scientists like this dude. associate research scientist at UW, Department of Atmospheric Science. And new research, we're going to get deep into thermodynamic theory, by the way. Hang on to your hats. Travis, make it understandable, will you? And what are you doing? Studying precipitation during a warming climate period. And judging by this summer so far in the month of July, we're certainly seeing that. My goodness. Where rain comes from. And the gist of it is from farther away than we thought. But yeah, what got you into this avenue of research?
Yeah, well, first off, thanks for having me on here. I got into this research because, I have a background in physics and atmospheric science, and precipitation, especially to this region, is just so profoundly important to the livelihoods of so many people, as well as it's just inherently kind of an interesting question. There's so many things that go into precipitation, how it's changing, what causes it to be different on a year-to-year basis. So I kind of was gravitated towards it in some ways.
So let's begin with how is it changing? I mean, traditionally, I'm thinking of precipitation. We all are taught in like elementary school, evaporation on the ground, the snowpack melting goes into the sky and comes right back down as rain. Certain amount of moisture certainly picked up by the oceans. Anybody who's lived near an ocean will tell you, oh yeah, we get more rain here on the coast. Where does rain come from and how is it changing?
Yeah, so the quick answer is rain generally comes from upwind. So in that like elementary school kind of vision of the water cycle where, the water's evaporating and then precipitates, there's some time and distance in between those steps. So as a lot of us likely know, for the most part in Wyoming, most of our weather is coming from the west, especially in the wintertime. And so that's really where that moisture is being carried from through the wind. So, there's evaporation over the ocean, some evaporation over land through like the photosynthesis process from plants as well as lakes. And then that gets carried in the wind until it reaches a thermodynamic state, location, basically a situation that is conducive for precipitation to happen. And then that's where it will then fall. So it's not like an instant process. It will be evaporated, and then there's some transport element to this. So a lot of what this research of mine that we're talking about found is that transport has been changing in the past decades, where things are traveling further and over longer periods of time, and actually more of it's coming from the ocean than was occurring 20 years ago.
This is atmospheric moisture transport, and rain precipitation, let's say in Wyoming, is coming from farther out in the, what ocean we keep out there? Pacific, the Pacific Ocean for you elementary school kids. So what conditions, before we ponder why this is so, why precip is coming from farther away, what conditions make it right to start raining? This moisture transport is going along in the atmosphere. It's going along, in the ocean. What would trigger it to actually start raining? Like the clouds are going to pour precip. Mountains, maybe? It bumps into mountains? I don't know.
Yeah, especially in Wyoming, mountains are a really big one. So for precipitation, so rain or snow or hail, like whatever, something falling out of the sky, for that to occur, you really need 3 ingredients. First one that you need is moisture. So it's water vapor. You need to have kind of relatively humid air, at least sufficiently humid. The second thing that you need is something to cool down that air, because warm air is capable of holding a lot more water vapor than cool air. So when you cool down the air, you end up forcing some of it to condense. It becomes saturated. Typically in the atmosphere, the way that cooling happens is by the air being lifted up. So sometimes it's just the thermodynamic conditions causes lifting, like if you have air coming into each other, then goes up. In Wyoming, a very frequent one is when that air intersects with a mountain. And when you can't go through a mountain, so the air has to go up and over the mountain, and then you get that cooling, that condensation, precipitation. Now, the third thing that you need, which is a little bit less relevant to this specific research, is these thing called nucleating particles, where for water to condense, it needs to stick to something. It's kind of like when you're taking a shower and, the wall of the shower gets really wet because there's something for the water to stick to, whereas the steam in the air and like kind of all that water vapor around isn't just like condensing into rain clouds on top of you. So that's where you also do need some things we call like aerosolized particles, which can be dust or like sometimes pollution, sometimes just things that are up in the air for that water to stick to.
Yeah.
So those are really the three ingredients that you need for precipitation to happen.
The particle matter, that lends to the whole cloud seeding concept and whether that works or not, giving moisture something to gather around and grab onto. Okay. Travis, so now, we're in a period of, you couldn't say global warming and you still can't around certain political, but it certainly is a changing climate. It is hotter than it's been. The numbers don't lie. Why has that changed? How far moisture will come from before it actually releases? Probably because it's not finding any cooling, satisfying cooling going on. It doesn't rain when it's too warm, as you just explained, sort of.
Yeah, so that can be part, but the bigger piece, it really comes down to the way that warm air holds more water vapor than cool air. So when all of the air is warmer, it kind of raises the threshold required for precipitation to occur. It makes it a little bit harder for that to happen sometimes. So like one other effect is that, precipitation can, in some places, becoming less frequent but more intense because there's kind of this greater threshold that needs to be met. You can also think of it as like this higher level of activation energy that's required. So it really comes down to kind of this one thermodynamic principle that we call the Clausius-Clapeyron relation, for anyone who wants to look it up, which is really what dictates how water vapor scales with temperature. And then kind of from that, you can glean this fact that there's these changes in moisture as well, where like one of the things that we see is that this intensification of kind of the typical patterns of moisture transport. And with that intensification, there's also this kind of growing proportion of it that's coming from even farther away. Does that make sense?
A little bit.
Yeah.
This research done at UW, primarily by our guest here, Travis Aerenson, is published under a paper entitled Precipitation over the Contiguous United States is coming from farther away than it has been in the past. So did you look particularly at the Pacific Ocean, the United States, how things would track primarily westerly? Is there anything we can look at globally? Would this play different in Europe? How does it play out around the world?
Yeah, so in this paper, we did focus on the United States. And we did it at kind of a watershed level. So like one of the focus regions we picked was the Upper Colorado River Basin because it's extremely important for like water availability. But if you go around the world, there would likely be some differences, mostly because that intensification of the pre-existing patterns of transport that I talked about means that what we call like the base state, the average kind of pattern of transport is really important for how it's changing as well. So it's not necessarily the exact same pattern everywhere. It is different patterns in different places at times. So if you go into, the deep tropics, like where, right along the equator, there's a very different kind of moisture pattern pretty much everywhere than there is in the United States. So there can be some differences. That being said, there is the overall pattern that over land, this result will mostly hold true because for the most part, moisture is converging towards land from the oceans. So that pattern of moisture being transported from ocean to land is kind of experiencing that intensification, experiencing that increase in convergence and decrease in an increase in divergence in the ocean regions.
Travis, do you anticipate readership of this paper, of this research, other than folks struggling with insomnia? policymakers, and certainly your peers watching what you're doing, but maybe policymakers, international policymaking, as we move more and more into this climate change, the impacts of climate change, what it's going to do to the Colorado River Basin, what it's going to do to, I don't know, the continent of Africa, all these things. We might see, politics. People are going to be reading this in policymaking decisions, I would imagine.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I don't want to prognosticate on what those policy decisions should be because I'm a physical scientist, but I do think that a lot of our results are showing things that this is something that should be taken into account, that these changing precipitation patterns, these changing transport patterns are things that perhaps we should be considering when, policies are being enacted around, water usage and kind of water rights over the coming decades. It's important to consider perhaps that the precipitation that has happened in the past might not be the same as what's happening in the future.
One last thing, Travis, while we have you, give us some of the mechanics, some of the metrics. How did you figure out how far precipitation has come from? I think you look back 35 years or some kind. Give me the time frame and how did you do it?
Yeah. So we did it over a 35-year span. That was kind of the time period we considered. And it's a little tricky because you have to have some way to track not just the flow of wind, but the water molecules, the water vapor that's in that wind. So we did it with a statistical approach where basically we took it's called a reanalysis, where it's effectively the historical weather conditions over the course of the past decades. So it's gridded. It's kind of like the weather maps that you might look at when you're checking the forecast, except that instead of being for the future, it's something that's been done incorporating like weather station observations, and it's for the past. And with that, we were able to take information about the wind, about the humidity, about precipitation, and about evaporation, and then basically just in a statistical sense, pick the region we were interested in, where you could tag the amount of moisture that was in that region, the precipitation that fell in that region, and then step backward in time. And at each step backward in time, you can follow where the wind came from. So if 50% of the wind into your region came from the north and 30% came from the west, then we can also then follow sort of on the assumption that the moisture followed that same pathway as well. So it's really about stepping back in time through each of these steps and seeing where is the humidity, where is the wind, where is the evaporation, where is the precipitation. And ultimately, on kind of these longer timescales, I can give you a very, very good estimate of where the precipitation is coming from, how it is being transported, and then what mechanisms and kind of transport mechanisms and pathways led it to falling over the region that you're studying.
Research scientist at University of Wyoming, Travis Aerenson, joining us. His research focusing on clouds, precipitation processes, and ways we expect them to change in a warming climate. The paper is out, the research is out, and pretty interesting. Certainly, I mean, as we are in a drought in Wyoming and experiencing the higher temps, this stuff has direct applications for anybody in Wyoming, for sure. Travis, thanks for being on.
Thank you for having me. Really appreciate it.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Coming up next, Garrett Yerigan. He's the voice behind the rodeo at Cheyenne Frontier Days.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakomick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is, my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakomick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on a Thursday, and what an opportunity. We are thrilled to have this guy on. Golden voice of Garrett Yerigan. He's the man behind the mic at Cheyenne Frontier Days, daddy of them all. Now, is this your 4th year doing that, Garrett?
Number 6 already.
Oh, I'm behind the times, man. 6.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Dude, I got to know what it was like to get that call. I mean, this is one of the more prestigious rodeos. Now, you've been doing this. You've been announcing rodeos all over the place since you were like 2 weeks old or something. Like, you come
Pretty
up,
close.
Your parents like rodeo. I think your mom still is rodeo.
Yep.
Like, you grew up in it, so this path was carved out for you.
Yeah, I mean, I tell people all the time, I didn't grow up in a football family or a baseball family. I mean, I grew up in a rodeo family. I was, like you said, I was around it since I was 2 weeks old, and I've not known anything else, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. But yeah, it's been an incredible journey, blessings every single day, and there's always something every day that makes me truly believe I'm doing what God put me on this earth to do. And yeah, I mean, I remember it was August of 2020. I was sitting in the airport in Denver, flying home from an event, and my phone rang, and it was a Cheyenne, Wyoming phone number. And of course, people that know me know I don't answer phone calls that aren't from people saved in my phone. But I thought, I don't get a lot of spam calls from Cheyenne, Wyoming. I may want to answer this. And lo and behold, it turned out to be a pretty good phone call to answer. And Chad Matthews, who was the rodeo chairman at the time, he and Mr. Herzig, they were on the other end of the phone and offered I think at the time, a 27-year-old kid from Oklahoma a chance of a lifetime. And I'll forever be in debt to those two gentlemen and all of the others that had a little hand in it, and all of the volunteers that make this rodeo happen and thrive. It truly is humbling every time I step out on the porch.
Well, what a partnership that was formed those 6 years ago. A smart move to tap this guy, Garrett Yerigan. In 2014, he became the youngest announcer in the International Finals Rodeo. I mean, it's just accolades from beginning till now, and there's no end in sight. By the way, we're contractually obligated to mention a Cinch sponsorship with Garrett. You're probably wearing something Cinch at the moment, I would imagine.
Absolutely. Yeah. The good thing about Cinch is they'll get you from head to toe, from socks and boxers to jackets and hoodies. They'll get you everywhere in between.
You bet. So, I mean, the daddy of them all, I want to talk about Cheyenne Frontier Days. You've been at like a jillion rodeos. You've seen them all. How does this one stack up? What's different about it? We like to think that we love the pace of this rodeo. Man, we just rattle that thing off fast because that's the way we are today.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And I tell people all the time, this is the most mentally exhausting rodeo that I do because of that right there. It is nonstop for 3 hours and 15 minutes, whether it's on the track or in the arena or both. it never stops. And matter of fact, I had some friends that were passing through yesterday, a fellow rodeo announcer, and it was his first time to ever see the show live in person. And he had his wife and one of his sons there. And I told him before, I said, have you ever seen a show live here? And he said, no, I watch it on TV, but I've never gotten to feel really the energy of the room. And I said, buckle up and hold on tight. And so he's sitting there, and I looked over there at him a few times, and he was just in awe and so captivated by our show. And then when it was over, I said, well, what did you think? Do you still have any breath left? He goes, holy cow. And I said, yep, it's, people that watch it on TV, they think it's cool, but until you come see it and experience it live, you don't have a clue how fast it moves, how many pieces are a part of it. It's a test, but I love it. It keeps me sharp.
How fast does it move? They're setting up barrels as Brody Wells is finishing a bronc ride. Maybe not that fast, but I love your call on one of Wyoming's own, Brody with a 90 ride, the first 90 ride in broncs. Tell me, Garrett, about, not every rodeo has the inherent energy because of the fast pace. A lot of that is you guys, the announcer there, that bringing that energy. That's important. Yeah, this has to be an up sport.
You're very right. And the announcers, yes, we are just one piece of the entire equation. But sometimes we play a big piece in it. Our pace and our timing and our rhythm, we control the emotion of the day, whether it is a 90-point ride or a buck off at 7.9 seconds, the highs and lows, we have to take people through that. If we maintain a high the whole time, that just wears people out and it never separates the parts of sport, right? And so for us to be able to celebrate the victory and, reflect the agony of defeat, that's one of the fun parts of my job is, especially in a format of a rodeo like this, where it is tournament style, you compete, you advance, there's a threshold of a score or time you have to beat. I love that. I love building that anticipation, especially when we get back down to the last 3 or 4 or 5 contestants in an event. And I really start hammering, he's got to be 84 points to advance, or he's got to be, 12.2 seconds to advance. And people are watching the clock or they're listening to the score. And I can use that microphone to kind of navigate, people's anticipation and stuff. And that's why I love this rodeo and I love this format, because for a fan, it's so easy to follow. Every day there's a champion. Every day who's advancing to a semifinals or even to the finals that we'll start talking about today, as a matter of fact, when we start into semifinals number 1. So there's so many pieces that can make an average, ordinary citizen off the road that just coming in, stumbling in, hey, let's go watch the rodeo today. By the end of our 3 hours and 15 minutes, I'm hoping that I can turn them into a captivated fan of our sport and get them to come back again.
You know what's another job of yours that's not easy is your audience, the people at a rodeo, whether it's Cheyenne Frontier Days, whatever. You can't assume that all of them are rodeo savvy. You got to walk that balance of, I need to explain this event a little bit, and then, but also sound very authentic and real to people who they know everything about steer wrestling. That's tough.
You're very, very correct. It is tough because we have such a wide array of knowledgeable fan base, like you said, from the first timers to people that have been coming here for 50 years or watching rodeo for 50 years. Matter of fact, a friend of mine that's here hanging out this week said that when she was flying up here for this event, she bumped into some people in the airport that were from Alabama. They're from Auburn, Alabama. And they literally had just heard about Cheyenne Frontier Days, had a few days, and just on a whim jumped on an airplane and came up here and wanted to see it. That's the reach that this rodeo specifically has on, I don't even want to say our industry, on the country, that people just want to come experience, whether it's pancake breakfasts or parades or the all-new Indian Village or just the rodeo. I have to know that there are people sitting out there in that audience that are watching this for the first time, and I have to educate them and explain to them a mark out rule or a barrier penalty or a +5 in the team roping, different things like that. But you're right, I have to do it in a way that doesn't annoy the people that have been listening to these rules for their entire life.
Garrett, one other thing, the work that announcers like Garrett Yerigan do, you probably never see, and that's the homework. That's probably interviews, talking with, you know that barrel racer. You know she's not using her number one horse because he's lamed up. She's using someone, all the background of this stuff. And when you share that with folks who are at the rodeo, that creating that background really draws us into every event, every run.
And that's what I hope for, right? I mean, I'm very fortunate to have a lot of good friendships with many of the athletes that we watch. I'm texting with them, Snapchatting with them, Instagramming with them, just creating those connections. And you're dead on the head with a story that I told the other day with Katie Chisholm from Illinois, barrel racing friend of mine. I've known her and her husband. And matter of fact, that morning she sent me a message and said, "Hey, just a heads up, my good horse is hurt. I'm going to be riding a friend's horse today." So being able to tell that story, and it's not that I'm telling that to make excuses for potentially her performance that day. It's that I'm saying, hey, this lady's a cowgirl, whether it's her horse or this one she's borrowing. She can ride anything that she jumps on top of, and she is able to, succeed at a rodeo like this. And like you said, I think it just creates that anticipation of, oh man, she's not on her good horse. What's going to happen today? We better watch.
Yeah.
There's so many different avenues to go.
That draws everybody in. You're on the edge of your seat. It just gives you so much more info. Garrett Yerigan is with us. He's the voice at the Cheyenne Frontier Days that you hear, the announcer. Let's talk about, there's the PRCA card carrying athletes, the cowboys, cowgirls. There's the animal athletes and these stock providers. God, these animals have gotten so much better. It's not even fair. How about the rough stock? Golly.
Well, and obviously, first and foremost, kudos to Stace Smith Pro Rodeos. He's our primary stock contractor here, 11-time stock contractor of the year in the PRCA. And I should have counted how many other stock contractors he brings in to help. The one that comes off first of mind that I want to give kudos to is the Brookman Rodeo Company out of Montana, the Weefrich family, Dave and Cathy and their son and two daughters. Actually, Tate, the boy, is helping with the flanking duties now. But, I want to highlight them because they are, last year in pro rodeo, they won what's called the Remuda Award. And that is an award that is voted on by the bareback and saddle bronc riders of the PRCA, saying that, hey, we believe that this rodeo company had the best pen of horses, the most even pen of horses. Every horse they own gives a guy a chance to win. Now, compounding that, in the PRCA, they give that award for a stock contractor, and they also give that award to a rodeo. Guess who won the rodeo last year? Cheyenne Frontier Days. So, kudos again, Smith Pro Rodeos. They spend hours compiling livestock from all over the country. We've seen animals from Minnesota. We've seen animals from Idaho. We've seen animals from Texas. And of course, right here in Wyoming, the Summit Rodeo Company that's been here yesterday and throughout the week. They're from right here in Wyoming, the Hammaker family. So much highlight is on the two-legged athletes, but you're right. Those four-legged animals, the horses and the bulls that have been phenomenal. The extreme bulls the other night, on Monday and Tuesday night, I was just reading some stats reports on that. There was like 53 stock scores that were a 42 and above, and that's out of a possible 50. So, if stock scores are half the equation, take that 42 double, that's 84-point ride. I mean, that's that and up. That's a great bull riding due to great livestock. So yeah, big shout out to all of our stock contractors that have brought their babies and brought their pride and joys right here to the daddy.
Yeah, those breeding programs have gotten super sophisticated. That was a rank pen of bulls. Other than Hayden Welch, who didn't really notice. That kid just went 290, right? He's like, whatever. Oh man. So one last thing, Garrett, while we got you, I love when rodeo announcers also, highlights some of the unsung heroes. Maybe during a downtime between events, you got something in the pen that isn't complying. You got a moment, and you get a shout out to the bull protection crew, the pickup men, whoever. That's great stuff. I mean, that's always on your list, right? We got to highlight.
For sure. For sure. Bullfighters, they're kind of in the limelight because, everybody clings to them. They're literally stepping into danger. But the guys that I really like showing love to are the pickup men. We have 6 of the best in the world here. Matter of fact, 2 father-son combinations. We have Tommy and his son, Jake Pettit. We have Dwayne and his son, Kagan Gilbert. Then we have Colt Hamaker, who is a part of the Hamaker family of Summit Rodeo. And then one of the legends, Paul Peterson. So those 6 guys, they're truly unsung heroes because a great pickup man is the one you never see. A great pickup man is the quiet, smooth, in and out, does his job without any flash or flare. Make sure that the cowboy's safe, the animal's safe, and we're on to the next contestant. Bullfighters catch a lot of attention because sometimes they do have to make some exciting moves and shots, and they get hooked or flipped or run over. That's nature of the job. Whereas a pickup man, they're smooth and they're in and out. And those guys truly never get the thank you they deserve. They're hauling 6 or 8 horses apiece. They're there at 6 a.m. till way past dark. Those guys are really the ones that deserve a lot of pat on the back.
Yeah, it's like the good baseball umpire. If you don't notice those pickup men, if you don't notice the bulldog and hazer, they probably done their job pretty good. Garrett Yerigan, you notice him, and you notice that voice, man. Hey, thanks for doing this spot, and can't wait to see you at the Daddy of them all. I hope you're there forever.
Me too. 4 more big days. Come see us.
Yes, sir. Garrett Yerigan, thanks, man. Have a great day.
Thanks.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on this Thursday. Coming up next hour, you don't want to miss. Stay with us. We got more. Rebecca West will be here, and that's we're going to talk all about bison, by the way. Ask Abby Thursday. Yes, it's on. And Brent Bien, candidate, will be on joining the show as well. Time for news. All our radio affiliates going to play 6 minutes of their news. We'll do 6 of ours. We'll rejoin right after that. It's news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. Sergeant Zach Burns, shot 3 times by a gunman in Baggs last month, got a hero's welcome in Rawlins after a 230-mile escort from Colorado Hospital Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Rawlins police chief says, quote, on the scale of heroism, that's pretty far up there.
6 weeks after Sergeant Zach Burns was shot 3 times by a gunman in Baggs, he returned home on Wednesday, and the people in Rawlins just gave him a real hero's welcome. They're out on the streets. They had signs for him, and his brothers in blue, law enforcement, other first responders, they followed him all the way from Colorado, about 230 miles.
For Chief Ward and other law enforcement officers, the risk is always there, he said. While running towards danger while others run from it is what they signed up for, the hope is they won't have to. U.S. House candidate Bo Biteman is one of many criticizing the Republican Party's decision to endorse candidates. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that he called Chuck Gray, who sought and received the endorsement, the establishment, saying, quote, well, Chucky boy, you're the insider buddy.
One of many critics was Senate President Bo Biteman, who's running in the U.S. House race. He did not seek the party's endorsement at all. He did not turn in its threshold questionnaire. Secretary Gray has repeatedly derided an unspecified group of insiders in his public statements.
State Party Chair Bryan Miller has countered in both a press release and an email interview, saying the party respects the fiercely independent, discerning voter base. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Wrap up your summer at the Wyoming State Fair, August 11th through the 15th in Douglas. Experience Wyoming's annual celebration of agriculture, community, and tradition with delicious fair food, carnival rides, shopping, exhibits, and unforgettable grandstand events. From Wyoming's Ranch Rodeo Finals to free breakaway roping to 2 nights of PRCA Rodeo and the Demolition Derby, there's something for everyone. Plan your trip at wystatefair.com.
This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism. Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Officials concluded Tuesday that a 33-year-old man likely surprised a grizzly in the dark before he was killed in Glacier National Park in May. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that running into a bear in the dark is a, quote, nightmare scenario, said an outdoorsman who was in the park at the time.
They try to use the trails when they know people typically aren't going to be there. If it's dark and you're by yourself, even if you're trying to make noise, you might not make enough noise. And there's just that chance where you're going to come up on a grizzly where it's going to be boom, instant encounter, close range. Evidently, the guy did use his bear spray, but probably happened so fast at such close range, they're not even sure he was able to hit the bear with the spray.
The Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee's report on the investigation of the site indicates that the attack by an adult male grizzly was brief and intense. His body was found about 69 feet below the trail and 2.5 miles from the trailhead. Wyoming ranchers are struggling with an existential problem out of their control. Hay has become harder to find, harder to grow, and more expensive to buy. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that some say this will hasten the end of family farms and ranches that can't afford to feed their animals.
With the lack of rain in the spring and the lack of snowpack in the winter, Wyoming can't grow enough hay to meet its own demand. So ranchers who are in the routine of growing enough hay to feed their livestock might be struggling this year, and a lot of them are. In order to feed their livestock, they're either having to pay a lot of money for hay. I mean, a year ago, you could get a bale of hay for $150 per ton. Now, you're lucky if you can find it for $300.
Right now, the hay feeding Wyoming's livestock is probably from out of state. Jason Watts, co-owner of Hayworks in Buffalo, said importing hay from neighboring states might be enough to stabilize Wyoming, if only temporarily. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
1, 2, 3, go!
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and with Rebecca. Rebecca West is with us. I'm thinking you got the job as director and CEO of the Buffalo Bills Center of the West because of your last name, obviously West.
It didn't hurt. It works well, doesn't it?
I mean, it started with, your career there started with just, I'll volunteer, I'll help you out for 6 months, and then look what happened. You stuck.
Yeah, started out as an intern and was working for Frederick Remington Research and thought I'd be in Cody for 6 months. And oh my gosh, 30-something years later, here I am, still loving it.
I can't blame you. What a great town. The Buffalo Bills Center, legendary. We're going to talk with Rebecca about the Buffalo Nation, which is going to be in place, I think, for 2 years, beginning next month. We've had some sneak previews about what this immersive exhibit is all about, but I can't wait to see it unveiled. And of course, it's the bison, the buffalo, which is an iconic Western species.
Right. Yeah, we're excited too. This is a big deal for us. I mean, obviously, our name, Buffalo Bill, Center of the West. And we started this project as a way to celebrate America's 250th. Opened up 6 spotlight exhibits in all the galleries of our 5 museums in the library starting in January. And on August 22nd, we are unveiling the main exhibition called Buffalo Nation in the lower exhibition gallery, and it's going to be fantastic. I had a little sneak peek yesterday. It's looking great, and it's going to cover incredible history, art, everything that is popular and even a little mysterious about the American bison. I mean, it's our national mammal, it's our state mammal, but people want to know more, and we're going to deliver that.
And there is so much more to know. I mean, just the critter as a species, the bison's fascinating. It's the only animal you can probably think of that faces a storm when horses and everything else puts their butt to it. It's just the way the bison's built.
You got it. You're right. And it's that symbol of the strength and the power and its longevity. It means a lot to many cultures and especially people today.
And it's designed by our great creator, beginning with the head and magnificent. And then I think God ran out of steam when he got to the back end. He's like, all right, man, threw on a back end that doesn't seem to suit the animal. But what I'm fascinated, Rebecca, is how the bison, how the buffalo plays a role in history. It plays a crucial role in westward expansion, a crucial role certainly in Native American Indians who use this animal nose to tail. And then also, there's some parts of history that maybe aren't so great about the elimination of the buffalo in order to maybe get Native Americans to depend on white European man. And this animal was in the middle of everything, it seems.
It really was. And you've covered it so nicely there. And that's what we're going to look at in these exhibits. So we touch upon that in the different spotlights. But in this main exhibit, we're going to go start with way back. I mean, before we have the bison that we see today, the bison species, there was a prehistoric version, which, by the way, was massive. I mean, like 3 times the size of what we see today. So if you think the ones today are intimidating, those were incredible animals. And we're looking at the fact that there's prehistoric bison. When indigenous people here were on the plains, they were interacting with the bison tens of thousands of years ago, okay? So the indigenous cultures depended on the bison for everything from food. They revered the bison for its power, had different ceremonies around it, and it appears in the art, of course. And then, as you said, as history progressed, and especially with westward expansion, starting with Lewis and Clark, people were not only fascinated by this animal, but it was swept up in historical events, including the railroad. Cattle came, sheep changed their grazing lands. The relationships with Native Americans changed, of course, with placement on reservation. So there was a separation of what the buffalo originally meant. 1800, there were 10 million. By 1889, there were fewer than 1,000. So it's staggering how fast this species was impacted by humans. So we talk about that, then we also talk about how it's turned and how they're coming back.
Yeah, I didn't know that the buffalo traces back to Ice Age megafauna to a much bigger kind of a buffalo bison. Here's something that's probably going to be hard for a museum to do, but I hope you try, Rebecca, is to capture what it must have been like. Whether it's Lewis and Clark journals or the writings of somebody who saw the great bison herds and described them as like, they were just massive. Like all you saw was bison. You're watching them from a mountaintop, and they move like ants, like a one unit, and the rumble of the hooves. I mean, can we get that feeling from this exhibit?
Yeah, you'll get some of that. So first of all, when you walk in the center now, we have a new feature, and it's this massive audio-visual screen. It's absolutely beautiful. It's films of current buffalo who are both in this area, but also down on Wind River. And it shows them grazing, walking, and we have some of the sounds that they make. They do a lot of grunting, vocalization. But when you go downstairs with that exhibit, we're not only going to show you the size on a mural of the prehistoric bison versus the bison today, but we're going to give you a sense of what it's like and how far you need to be from these animals, what those encounters seem like, but also the historical accounts. That's captured so nicely by the explorer artists who saw these really what they thought were weird, strange, intimidating creatures. And some of the earliest depictions of the bison are almost comical because they're so exaggerated. So we do cover that in the art, but also wonderful indigenous accounts of what the bison meant to them as well. So you'll get the sights, the sounds, and the storytelling from people who actually interacted and interact with them today too.
Buffalo Nation is going to be unveiled next month, August 22nd. It's going to be hanging around for a couple years, right?
Right. Yeah. And the reason we do 2 years is because what we're talking about and the themes of this exhibit are not just tied to the 250th.
Yeah.
We can learn a lot from what we're seeing with this exhibit and exploration of science, art, Buffalo Bill, firearms even. So the themes in the exhibit are timeless. So if people can't make it, people around Cody, we are open 7 days a week right now. 8 to 6, and we're open all year round. But for 2027, it'll be up all year. So everyone can enjoy it and come see the 5 museums because every single gallery has bison in it for this year, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and besides the actual bison themselves, the buffalo, there's all the things that come with it. You mentioned that you'll probably see at this exhibit, from a buffalo robe, which was like a cherished item of Native American Indians, to the Sharps 50 octagon barrel, which is probably responsible for the removal of so many bison. Is there a life-size buffalo somewhere in the exhibit so we can get an idea how the scale of these things?
Yeah, we'll have different murals and images, and we have a really neat a scale. If you've gone to the park, you always get those reminders, stay 25 yards back.
Yeah.
So we're going to make sure that you have a scale of what that means in relation to the size of this animal. And the nice thing, too, is right now in the Buffalo Bill Museum Gallery, we have a fantastic bison taxidermied display there. They're wallowing, they're standing. It's really cool. There's some AV associated with that as well. But we're really excited about this because it's an opportunity for people to pick their storyline. So if you're not into natural history and you want to know how the firearms played into this whole historical account, or indigenous people, or even popular culture. The bison is so much part of different sports mascots, the Buffalo Bills. It's everywhere. So it's really become something that's pervasive in our society, which means a lot. That certainly wasn't by accident.
Rebecca West is with us, Buffalo Nation. Rebecca, any truth that there's last-minute contract talks with that bison flipper from Yellowstone to get him to appear?
I'll tell you what. We've been asked a lot about that, and I know that video's gotten a lot of press. My heart goes out to that wonderful grandfather. That's an example of a visitor who did nothing wrong. He was simply enjoying Yellowstone National Park, and conversely, the bison didn't do anything wrong either. So it's just one of those reminders that wild animals sometimes don't always do what they think we think they're going to do, but speaks to the power of the animal and the fact that sometimes, even though we feel like we're in control of humans, we may not be.
Yeah, buffalo are big. Not as big as they used to be, as we found out, but they're pretty big. The Buffalo Bill Center of the West. Book your trip now, beginning August 22nd. You'll have a chance to enjoy one of 6 spotlight paths you want to take that highlight the bison, the buffalo, the iconic species of the West. Rebecca, fantastic idea. whoever had it, give them a raise. I can't wait to see this thing.
Awesome. Well, we'll welcome you, and thanks for taking interest in this. It's going to be a special show, and we can't wait to share it with everybody.
Thank you. Have a great weekend, Rebecca West.
Awesome. Take care.
On the Cowboy State Daily Show. Find out more. Center of the West. It's that easy. Begin there on the internet, centerofthewest.org, and learn more about this 2-year exhibit starting next month, Buffalo Nation. Let's take a break. We'll be right back with more.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Judy.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
Time now for Thursday's Ask Abby. Abby's not ready, and neither am I, actually. Usually I have questions all prepared, and I'm running behind this morning, so it might have to be a little bit of wing it as we go. Maybe some Pokemon trivia, Post Malone, pop culture. Maybe some Greek mythology in honor of the Odyssey, the 3-hour-long movie that still doing gangbusters at the box office. I don't know where Nicki Minaj trivia. I'm looking at my list of things you could ask questions about, and I can't. I want to pick something that I think Abby would be pretty good at. So whenever it comes to TV, I get this feeling Abby doesn't watch TV at all. I don't know if she owns a TV. So I'm reluctant to make it any kind of a TV show. All right, here's our fantastic music. Again, here's Abby. Abby, I'm not I'm not quite ready with a batch of trivia questions. I might let you choose the topic.
Ooh, how about I ask you the trivia questions today?
Do you want to see me crush it or what?
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask you trivia questions from all of the conversations you had this morning on your show already.
You weren't watching.
It would be good though, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
if you're actually paying attention and listening to the guests.
Sometimes I do just look into the camera on my screen right here and I just like nod. Meanwhile, I'm thinking of what I'm going to have for breakfast, thinking what I'm going to ask Abby later.
You're just looking at yourself thinking like, oh, I'm such a handsome guy in my Mountain Dude hat.
No. But I do admit there were parts of Travis, who we had on from UW, that was explaining his research on precipitation and where rain comes from. I was like, what? Dude. Yeah. No, seriously, I was going to pick like TV. I don't think you watch TV really.
Like, I don't watch like cable TV, but I do watch movies and like series on HBO. But if you ask me a question about like a sitcom on
The Office.
NBC,
How about The Office? You don't watch The Office.
I'm probably not going to do well.
Okay, then I want to give you, all right, so your movies, The Odyssey over the weekend. You saw that, right?
I haven't seen it yet.
Darn, there goes that. I was going to do Greek mythology trivia just for The Odyssey, but Greek mythology, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah. I know. No, that's not going to be good.
Well, Pirates of the Caribbean? I never saw it.
I saw the first. How many are there?
Oh, there's more than one.
Yeah, I saw the first one is all, I think.
So not you choose whichever of these topics sound good.
Okay.
Nightmare Before Christmas. I've not seen that. That's going to be hard. How about The Sopranos? That's on HBO.
I didn't watch Sopranos.
The Walking Dead?
I didn't watch The Walking Dead either.
I love zombie shows. Okay, so neither of those. Dang. See, I knew. I at this point, I can already know what you're probably going to be. Stranger Things. You're not a big Stranger Things fan?
No, I watched Stranger Things.
You think you might?
Game of Thrones, Stranger Things. True Detective.
Game of Thrones is super popular. I haven't seen it, but it's very popular. Do I have Game of Thrones? Yes, I do. Okay, let's do Game of Thrones trivia. You ready?
Okay.
Let me get
Is this what the listeners want, Jake? That's what we really want to know.
Oh, we already lost them during the rain science conversation. Okay, here we go. Game of Thrones. I don't even know if these are right or not because I don't. It's hard for me to also curate these questions because I don't know if they're good or not.
I'll tell you.
Okay. Which noble house, as rebellious as a teenager dodging chores, boldly declares, "We do not sow"? I don't know what that means. Do you? A noble house.
The Lannisters?
No.
You said they're rebellious?
They're rebellious.
We do not sow. What is it? What does their house start with?
G, the letter G.
I don't even know. What's the answer?
Greyjoy. Is that a house?
Oh, yeah, they're lame. Nobody even likes them.
All right. These are the easy ones, by the way. We're starting with general easy trivia for Game of Thrones.
Okay.
Or we can go to storyline trivia. This could be better. I don't even know if these like characters are real. These names sound all weird.
Okay. What are they?
Davos Seaworth.
Okay.
Is that somebody?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy. We like him.
Oh, we like him. All right. Thumbs up on Davos. Davos Seaworth earned a nickname as quirky as it is endearing. What is he known by? Yeah.
I don't know.
Once again, these questions chosen by Ask Abby.
It's like a knight, right?
Yes, it is a knight.
But I don't remember. I don't remember what it is.
Blank night. You find yourself crying if you're preparing this item in the kitchen.
Onion night.
Yes. Onion night. Oh, okay.
Great nickname.
Yeah. Legend has it Aegon the Conqueror.
Aegon the Conqueror.
Aegon the Conqueror wield a fearsome Valyrian steel blade.
Okay.
Called what? The blade has a name.
The name of the blade?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I don't know. That's a hard one.
I will slice you with my...
I don't know. You tell me.
Blackfire.
Blackfire. This is trivia, but we're learning together.
Yeah. At the height of its power, how many manned castles did the Night's Watch boast?
I have no idea.
Oh, one of the cats wants in.
Don't they know how to open the door?
One of them does. The other one doesn't. The one with extra toes that we call thumbs, he can open doors because he's got extra feet. He's like, but
he has extra feet?
Well, you know what I mean. He's got big feet. He's got like extra and he can open stuff. In many ways, he's much, much smarter than the other dummy who was the original. And he's just standing on the grill crying to get in.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's because he's interested in the Game of Thrones trivia.
Apparently.
He knows the answers and he wants to participate.
Game of Thrones is too hard for me. We're going to go to...
Let's go to like junior high trivia. That's when I was really paying attention in school.
Oh. Junior high. Well, that's like things an 8th grader should know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Or like maybe 90s trivia. 90s trivia.
Okay. 90s trivia.
I probably do okay.
All right, let's go to 90s trivia. I like that.
Okay.
Who had the first UK #1 hit in the 1990s? The first UK #1 hit, one of the boy bands. I'll give you that hint.
Backstreet Boys?
The other one.
NSYNC.
The other one.
98 Degrees.
Oh, you're going deep. No.
There wasn't another one.
I know. It's the only one you haven't mentioned. New Kids on the Block.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This isn't. That's not a 90s. Okay. Which diva delivered the soul-stirring track "I Will Always Love You" and "I Have Nothing"?
Whitney Houston.
Yes. Which flamboyant chart-topping act of 1982? Oh, that's not 90s. 1982.
Wham.
The other one.
What was their song? What was their hit song?
Their hit song was Oh boy, that's a tough one for a DJ. I should know that. Do you really want to hurt me? Do you Comma Chameleon?
Oh, yes. Oh, such great songs.
Yes.
Oh, there is it a band? Is it a band name?
It's a band name, but you'll also know the singer who went on his own after a little bit.
It's the something, right?
Yes.
Not the Commodores.
No, that's a good group, Commodores.
Oh, I don't know. Give me a hint. Can you give me another hint?
Do you want the singer's name or the band's name? And then you got to guess the other one.
Okay, the band's name.
Culture Club. The Culture Club.
Culture Club. And the lead singer was, I can see his face.
Totally. And I'm going to show you his face right now and see if it helps you, but you're not watching the show, so you won't.
No, I'm not. I'll pull it up on my...
Oh, no, you don't. No cheating. Culture Club.
Well, there's a delay, so I can't.
Right.
I don't know. I don't remember, Jake.
We're looking for Boy George.
Boy George.
Yep.
Okay.
That's also not the 90s. This is misleading. Some of these are from the 80s.
That's okay. We can still do it.
Do you know any of the Spice Girls names?
Yeah.
This Spice Girl went solo, topped the charts in 1999 with Mi Chico Latino.
Well,
that's a tough one.
There was Sporty Spice.
Sporty Spice. Are you serious? There really was one called Sporty Spice?
Yes.
Oh, jeez.
Sporty Spice, Posh Spice, Baby Spice.
Oh, man.
Gary Spice.
That's the one we're looking for.
Yeah, I don't remember her name.
Gary Hallowell.
I would not have pulled that from the vault.
No.
But I do remember and then she also was on American Idol or something like that.
Oh.
I think she was a judge for a while.
Okay, here's some more. Here's a good one. Maybe. Well, it's 80s, but you should get it. Bruce Springsteen, 1984 hit.
Born in the USA.
No, the other one.
The other one. Every time I guess something, you say the other one.
I know.
Bruce Springsteen had Born in the USA.
And it had the famous video where he pulls the girl up on stage to dance with him.
I don't know, but now I want to go watch it.
To dance with him.
Dancing in the dark.
Yeah. Nice job. The original lead singer of AC/DC passed away in 1980.
What was his name?
Yeah.
Every child should know this answer.
Oh, AC/DC is so iconic. I mean,
I don't know it though. I don't know it. I'm embarrassed.
It's required knowledge in Australia or they kick you out of the country. It's Bon Scott is who we're looking for. Bon Scott.
Yes.
Okay, Rocky 3, 1982. Big song from that, sung by Survivor.
Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah. Legendary Brit pop band faced with a lawsuit from their ex-drummer in 1999. Let me think of a song they did that would be easier. 1999 is kind of their big, Wonderwall is a big song. You'll know that.
Oasis.
Yes. Excellent. What group provided much of the soundtrack for the 1970s hit Night Fever hit movie?
For the soundtrack Night Fever?
Yeah, that whole movie, Night Fever, like who did most of the songs at the discotheque?
Not Saturday Night Fever, just Night Fever?
Saturday Night Fever, yeah.
Oh. What musician did most of the tracks?
Yeah.
The guys in the pants. High pants.
Look at that, yes.
I had it, and then I lost it. It came and it went so quickly.
It was their other name, also known as the guys in the pants. They were brothers, and
No.
Mm-hmm.
Who? I don't know. What was their name?
Have you ever seen the Saturday Night Live spoof of them?
With Will Ferrell?
No.
Oh.
We're looking for the Bee Gees.
Bee Gees, yes.
Yes. And who plays the brothers? Barry Gibb. It's Jimmy Fallon and Justin Timberlake.
Oh.
They're so funny. And they, of course, have the pants.
Yeah.
All right. You're doing pretty good. Even though, I mean, you're doing good considering the questions are stupid because I don't know. I wasn't ready. Okay, give me this Steve Miller Band song that hit number 1 in 1990, thanks mainly to a commercial for classic denim brand of pants.
Steve Miller Band sang.
I didn't realize this. This song was featured in a commercial for Levi's that helped this song hit number 1 in 1990. I didn't know that.
Give me like 4 lyrics. Or you could even play 3 seconds of the beginning of the song.
You'll know it just from the beginning, I'll bet. It has an iconic beginning. Let me see if it said video unavailable. See, we're going to get in legal trouble, I'm afraid.
One would think.
First is a commercial. All right, stand by. Here's the very beginning of the song, and then we got to stop it.
Well, call me the gangster of love.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I had your volume down when you made your guess. What was it?
I don't know the title of the song. I know the song. I'm trying to sing it in my head.
It's not Space Cowboy, not Gangster of Love.
Oh, I don't know. I can't think of the title of the song. I can sing the whole song for you, but then everyone would turn off the radio.
I know what you mean. Like when you got the whole thing in your head, but you can't get the title of it out of your brain. I know.
Yeah.
It's The Joker, that song, The Joker.
The Joker, yes.
Yeah, I don't, you can do a trivia question on me. I don't have any more that are good from the 90s. They're not good ones.
They're not?
No.
Okay, let's see. Let me get my phone and I'm going to give you, let's just say today's top trivia question. This is for the whole world.
It's hard to be, when you're on the spot answering, it's harder. You're right. Like
Google cites trivia question of the day. How many bones comprise a giraffe's neck?
100.
Lower.
60.
Lower.
Damn, where's my buzzer? Wait a minute. Is this a trick question? Like their neck is made of one bone?
No.
22.
It's the same as the human's neck.
Oh, wait, let me feel I can feel like 11 rattling around.
No, the answer is 7.
Darn it.
7 bones in a giraffe's neck.
Wait a minute. Giraffe has the same amount of bones in its neck as me.
The same number of bones as in a human being's neck, except for that the giraffes are huge.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good one.
What is the name of the toothpaste that goes on a toothbrush?
Crest.
Nope. It's an actual term for once the toothpaste lands on the toothbrush.
Bentonite. Oh, it's an actual term for the landing of toothpaste on a toothbrush?
Yeah.
Swab. That's not a real question.
It says a nurdle.
A
If you
nurdle.
look up the word nurdle, you'll find that it is a small pellet of plastic used to make plastic products, but it is also what toothpaste manufacturers call the dab of toothpaste that sits on top of the toothbrush in their ads.
Proving that trivia is indeed hard. Ask Abby. Good one, Abby. You have a great weekend. Thanks for playing. Jean, tell her what she's won. Nothing. We'll be back with Brent Bien right after this.
Are you still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyoming Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Let's bring in our final guest for this Thursday Cowboy State Daily Show. It's gubernatorial candidate Brent Bien, who is fresh off of an appearance at Casper's Pizza Ranch. Great place, by the way.
Yeah, it was great. We had a great time last night, Jake.
I love that place. Brent's hit the campaign trail hard. He's going to be in Laramie this weekend at some point. So, Brent, let's see. Let's start with, obviously, the endorsement is the news. GOP Leadership Central Committee made some endorsement announcements, some saying that's controversial. Our own Tom Lubnau here at Cowboy State Daily said it might even be state unconstitutional, but whatever we make of it, it's an honor, I would imagine. How are you playing that? What do you feel about the endorsement from your party?
I'm very honored for it, and I think this is, of course, as you know, the first time in history that the party's actually come out prior to the primary and done a verbal endorsement. So it's, I'm very honored, and I do support, and I'll do whatever I can to uphold the 23 planks of the Wyoming Republican Party. So I'm very honored to have it.
The only gubernatorial candidate to receive that endorsement, the only person running for governor who has taken no doubt about it, anti-data center. Different from the current governor, who has been sort of pro-data center, or at least data centers done a Wyoming way. I'm hearing from your campaign people, no data centers for Wyoming. What's your stance on data centers?
Well, my concern is, one, our constitutional liberties. I mean, we've got to put a box around this so we don't lose our First or Fourth, 14th, Amendment liberties. And, second is the people have to be brought into the loop. And that's the biggest concern I've seen around the state, is nobody knows what's going on. And, I look at this very objectively as, okay, what's the requirement? What's the purpose? And what's the return on investment? And, I'm just not seeing that. I have called for the repeal of House Bill 88, which came about in 2010, it gave significant sales tax cut breaks to these data centers. Now, keep it in mind, these are multi-billion-dollar corporations. So the mom and pop businesses, they're not getting that cut on sales tax. So, I see the devolution here really from free market capitalism to welfare capitalism. And now we're kind of in this status between welfare and state-run capitalism. And I don't like that. Government really needs to get out of the way. Wyoming's going to sell itself. I mean, this is just such an incredible state. And it's really up to the government just to make sure that there's a level playing field out there. So I'm very concerned about our water. I'm concerned about power generation. I'm concerned about environmental effects, all of those things. And so, but I really want, my biggest concern, other than the constitutional thing, is the people have to be in the loop on this. And right now they're not. So I want to make sure that they are, because it is consent of the governed ultimately.
And Brent, how was that this decision formed? Did you hear a lot from people? Because if you go to any town council meeting or whatever, the people have this view that are very skeptical or just want to know more. We just don't know enough. People, is that what you're hearing?
I am. I'm hearing that a lot. All around the state, and the people are owed that. They're owed, the honest information about this. And again, what is the requirement for this in Wyoming? What's its purpose? And what's the return on investment? Because, when the state grants significant tax cuts for these multi-billion-dollar industries, it's like, okay, so how are we actually gaining on that? And again, this is not a level playing field, which I'm all about. And, we got to get back to a limited government here. So people are very concerned around the state. And I think, with our water situation the way it is, and I've heard all different types of cooling, the way they're going to do this. But, that should really be the focus of what we're looking at here, for the future of Wyoming, because there's other things that we can focus on. But with this AI, this. And the argument is commonly used that, hey, we're in an AR arms race with China, and I got that. China's got about 300 to 400 or so hyperscale data centers. I think we have in the neighborhood of about 3,000, about 10 times as many as they are. And again, I'm all about maintaining that lead. But do these things really need to be built in Wyoming? And it really should be, again, up to the people on how this is implemented.
Candidates for governor, unlike those who come from a background of lawmaking, maybe a former legislator, A governor is required to lead. Talk about your leadership in your military experience. We're talking about a guy, Brent Bien, who's flown 275 combat missions in Afghanistan, Iraq, the Balkans, and leadership roles in military. The governor of Wyoming is required to lead to a great extent.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, is leadership. And my whole adult life essentially has been about leadership, from small to very large units, organizations, or whatever you want to call it. And it's those things to where people's lives are potentially on the line based on the decisions you make. And my leadership style is very different than what we typically hear. We typically hear trust but verify. If you got to verify everything, it's one of those things. Why'd you hire him in the first place? But I'm very much a trust and empower guy, and to where you set the objective, you set the time and the fiscal constraints, and as long as it's done constitutionally, morally, and ethically, who cares how it gets done? Because there are some phenomenal ideas out there, and my intent there is to surround myself with brilliant people who can negate, my weaknesses or lack of knowledge in certain things or whatever. And but that's really what it's about, is to try to bring out the most in people when we build these teams and get the ball rolling and having the will to do it. And that's what it comes down to.
Brent, your name often is attached to property tax relief ballot initiative. I know property tax issue is not over yet. We've seen some relief, probably more to go, and it's a big part of your campaign.
It is, and it's coupled with auditing. This state, and we hear the cliche. We don't have a revenue problem; we have a spending problem, and we got to get spending in check. And one of my objectives, of course, when it comes down to the discipline and accountability, is we've got to start auditing. Now, I fully recognize that the municipalities, counties, et cetera, do audits annually because they have to constitutionally, but we actually have to look at those audits, and audit the audits. And I want to make sure at the state level that we're doing these across all state departments. And because the people wrote that, because, the government doesn't have a penny to its name nor an acre to its name. It's all the people's. It's just been that authority, has been delegated to the government to be accurate and good curators of that. So we owe it to the people. I want to make sure that this money is being spent statutorily according to its intended purpose. And every taxpayer deserves to know the final resting place of every tax dollar. And I want to make sure that happens.
Brent, one of your opponents, your own party opponents, is Megan Degenfelder, Superintendent of Public Instruction, has guided the state for the last almost 4 years now in education. That's also going to be an important part of your campaign. How do you like how Degenfelder has steered the state, and what do you feel about, making sure we return education to parents, giving them a role?
Well, it's all about results. When I look at roughly 30% of our eighth graders are reading to level, we're well below where we should be. So I'm not happy. I'm not happy with what she's done, with what's been going on around the state. And the key here is we've got to change the focus. Right now, the focus is on this big education bureaucracy. And the priority has to be to the student. The focus has to be on the relationship between the teacher and the student. We need more oversight on the school boards. She routinely touts that DEI has been removed, but bottom line is unless I don't know of a single school district of the 48 out there that have actually changed curricula to remove DEI from their curriculum. And our standards are so low. Of course, whether graduation rates have increased or not, when they're that low, then, they may have gone up 1%. But, bottom line is these kids will attain. They will climb to the task of higher standards, and we need to do that. And I will tell you right now, I will not rest until we're number one in this nation in public education, because we need to do it. We have to do it. This is our future, and I will tell you right now that, one of my first executive orders will be to make sure that every public education institution out there, K-12, is doing the Pledge of Allegiance. As simple as that sounds, I'm finding that is not happening. It's happening a lot, but in some districts it's not. Some schools it's not. And that's one of the bases here is we've got to make sure that these kids understand civics, understand this country, the Constitution, and upon graduation, at least they don't hate the nation. So there's a lot of work to do in it. It's a huge. We're spending over $2 billion in public education annually, but I don't see any progress over the last 4 years. I really don't. We've seen disenrollment down in Sweetwater 1 and 2 of roughly about 350 kids. And we have to ask, why are the parents pulling their kids out of school and not enrolling them? And so there's a lot. The other thing is I want to institute the Governor's Spirit Achievement Award in technical skills, physical fitness, and academics. And, I want these districts competing with each other because we know that competition brings out the best of it. And getting technical skills back in school. And because, I want these kids I don't want them just to be workers. I want them to be thinkers upon graduation who can start a business, who don't have to go to college, whatever the deal is. And we know this is very much a blue collar state. And it really is about getting increasing, in our standards to where we have a very resilient group of young folks when they get out of high school and they can chart their own course.
Brent Bien's campaign is about making Wyoming #1 again. Brent, one last thing. Agriculture has its challenges with the drought. Energy is something Wyoming has always done well, and it's full speed ahead under the Trump administration. Is there room for both in this state, ag and energy? We do both those things.
Oh, absolutely, Jake. Well, when we look at our state seal, it's 50-50, right? We've got grain, we've got livestock, we've got mining, and we've got oil. That's on our state seal that built this state, and it's going to take us into the future. And so we got to make sure we really, really stand behind our growers. I fully intend on I do believe that agriculture is critical infrastructure and will declare it that and maintain it as such. And so when we look at all the nickel and diming we're doing of our growers, all the regulations that are on them, we've got to reduce that. And plus, I do believe that that's going to go part and parcel with really updating our water system, storage, irrigation around the state, which is one of the things I want to focus on. And of course, our energy is huge. And House Bill 200 that came out in 2020 mandated all this the carbon capture, utilization, sequestration equipment go on all these coal-fired power plants. But what's gone on here is it's increased everybody's power bill roughly by about 30%. I want to renegotiate our mineral royalties. We're going to stop energy matching funds. There's so many things that we can do. We've got to work with the Fed to get the FLTMA, the Federal Lands Planning and Management Act, back in the box, because right now it allows every NGO nonprofit to sue at the drop of a hat, and it's really reducing our capabilities for permitting and leasing. And then, I'm really looking at expanding our refining capability. I mean, we've got to do this. We've got to do these things. And with fuel prices the way they are, I really am looking at putting a moratorium on the fuel tax. It's about 25 cents per gallon until these prices get back in check to where they're more affordable. And of course, the primary thing there is on our transportation and our agriculture sectors. So they need relief, and again, No nation, as Reagan said, has ever been able to tax its way into prosperity. And I fully intend on really targeting a lot of these taxes and cutting them out.
Find out more, learn more, donate, get involved. BrentBien.com. It's not about just electing a governor. It's about restoring the soul of Wyoming. Those are the words of Brent Bien, the only gubernatorial candidate endorsed by the GOP leadership. Thank you for being on, Brent.
Thank you very much, Jake. Good to see you.
Have a great weekend. You'll see Brent and Laramie this weekend. That's going to do it for us. We're out of time. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great Thursday, y'all.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way.